brush is basically the image. I don't know why it goes like that, but whatever. Now just right click and split it, so we have all of the actually no, just Ctrl Z if you did it, and then just go ahead and say make brush from texture, because we will need to collect a texture, because our icon is a texture. So we can just go ahead and just drag it in, and you will see that it will match. Now the width, I believe it was 125 maybe. It won't really matter as long as it's the same on each both, because it's square, but overall it should work. So if I were to get this tool over here and open it up and open it, there we go. Okay, it's doing some things weird with the sizes, but you can see that it's working. Now let's go ahead and do the same with the name. So let's go back into the item slot, select the text, and then change these to be the name text, and I'll make sure that its variable is ticked. Let's go back here, and again we're gonna do the same with the icon, but with the text. Let's get it from the widget that we have just created, and get name, game name text, and then what I want to do is set text, and it's gonna be this one over here. Let's put this, and then we can just go ahead and get the name and just plug it into here. And now it should be assigning the text. So if I go ahead and test this out, I should be able to pick up these items and select I think, and there we go. We are having the icon and the heavy sword, the icon and the wooden bow. So things are starting to work, okay guys? Things are starting to synchronize. So things that we have left to do is basically going ahead and being able to select it and being able to sign it, and of course fix a bit the transformation of the two. Now let's go ahead and quickly just apply a button so we can click it, okay? So let's go back to the item slot and go into a button and just drag it, and it's gonna be outside of the horizontal box, okay? Again, it's gonna be filling the whole thing. But what we want to do is go into style, and in normal, what we're going to do is go into the tint and put the opacity to be 0. So basically, it's like a button over everything, okay? It's gonna be like a hidden button. Let's also change the name to just be button in general, and make sure that it's variable state. So yeah, in style, basically when you're not doing anything, the normal state is gonna be invisible. But as you're going to hover, go to tint, and yes, this time it's gonna be with a bit of opacity. Let's put like, for example, 0.2 or 0.3. Yeah, I think 0.2 will do the job, okay? And then let's go into finally pressed, and let's put it into, let's say 0.5, because it has more intensity as you're pressing it. So you'll see what I just did over here. So if I were to go here, now okay, I need to pick weapons, of course. Let's go here and pick this 2 over here. Let's open up, and now you will see that, okay, the dimensions are broken, but you can see that there's buttons here, and I can click on them. Of course, nothing will happen yet, but you can see that things are working. Now, yes, it is broken indeed, okay, it is broken. But let's go also into the name and just put this to be fill, and just fill. Yeah, let's just do that, everything will fill. And let's go down into the justification, put this to be in the center, okay, for now. And then I believe I can do it. Yes, I can do a top. Let's do 10. Yeah, actually that's too much. 10 is too much. Let's do in the text 5 maybe. 7, something in between. Yeah, 7 I think is pretty okay. So I think the text should be fine now. I mean, I always forget to get the, oh my god, I'm now vaulting over objects. Let's go ahead and get this. Let's put this here. Okay, so the text is starting to be centered. The icon is, okay, so we have to also set it on fill. Sorry about that. And this should be basically like this, anchored in the left and the left, because if not, it will be stretching. So that should be fixed. Again, I forgot to come and get some items. There we go. So now it's fixed. Okay, so we have this one, and the icon's correct and the text correct. And they're overlapping a bit. That's because of the size and stuff. So let's honestly just make this a bit smaller. Let's make it 7 for now. So it will be bigger. Okay. So right now it's being small, but it should be bigger. Okay, don't worry about that. Alright, so let's go ahead and fix real quick the size. So let's go into the horizontal box, and the first thing I want to do is change the size Y to be 100, and then let's change the size X to be 200, okay? So we'll have a bit more of enlargement. Another thing I'm going to do is go and select the button and change the anchors to be in the whole screen, and then go and change the offset or right and button to be 0. So now it will be extended. Let's go into the text. Okay, let's select the justification in the vertical to be in the center, and change the top padding to be 0. So we barely in the center, and we'll change the size to be around 15. Let's go into the icon and do the same in the vertical alignment, and let's change the image size to be 125 by 125. Now it will actually start matching what we did. And that's pretty much it. What we have to do, you will see I did a test over here, so let's go ahead and delete this. But if now I go here and I get some items, right? Let's get us this one and open up, and then open the box. Now there we go. We are having things good. Okay, we can go ahead and start seeing them in a proper way. So that's it, guys. If you found it totally helpful, I would really appreciate you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. In the next episode, we'll go ahead and continue with the equipment system. We'll finally set up that you can select the item and it will be assigned into the actual slot. Okay, so we'll pass in the image and some of its properties, and then we'll go ahead and also have try to have time to make the character appear in the middle of the screen. And then in the next episode we'll start basically accessing the properties not only from UI but going into the character itself, so we can actually start passing the static mesh into the equipment and so on. So if you like the video, subscribe. If you like the video and subscribe to my channel. Join my Discord servers. You can talk with our devs, share your progress with your games and so on. Follow me on all my socials, Twitter and Instagram. And now, yes, with all that said, bye bye. What's up, guys? Welcome to a new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and the equipment system. So we'll basically make sure that we can see our player character model in the UI of the wardrobe, and then we'll also make sure that we can select the item and assign it into the coordinate slot. It's going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so let's begin by making sure that we can see our player model in the UI. So what we're going to do is go into our players. So let's go to third person blueprints and open up the third person character. Let's go into the viewport, and what we have to do is go and add a camera boom. Let's go ahead and add here a camera boom. Okay, it doesn't appear, it doesn't matter. We can just select our existing camera boom, which is actually spring arm. Okay, that's why it doesn't appear because now they changed the name to spring arm. So we need the spring arm, and this will be the equipment spring arm, let's say. So equipment spring arm, and then what we need to do is select this and then add a scene capture component 2D. So the scene capture component 2D will be like a camera that will basically save what is seen into the texture. So later on we can display that texture in our UI. So let's go ahead and select the spring arm, and let's go into the rotation and change the Z-axis to be 180. So now it will be basically directly facing the player, so it will be in front, of course. Then we'll go ahead and select the scene capture component, and what we're going to do is go down over here into the scene capture settings, and basically we only want to render that specific target, okay, that player. We don't want to render all what is behind, like the walls, the environment and so on. We just want the player, and then we'll in the future mask it out, and it will just be the player itself. So what we need to do is go into the capture source and into the primitive render mode, and instead of render all the scene primitives, we want to do is we just use show only list. So now we will basically need to assign that actor into the list. Okay, let's go ahead and do so. So make sure to show that we have captured every movement and every frame ticked on. So now let's go into the event graph, and let's go into the begin play. So basically when the game starts, we create the widget and so on, and then what to do is get the scene capture component 2D, and then what to do is show only actor components. Let's go ahead and drag it here, and then what to do is select that specific mesh, which is gonna be here. Let's drag it. Actually, it's a whole actor, so we're just gonna say self, because we want to basically see that whole actor. Okay, basically ourselves. Now let's quickly select the spring arm again, and let's go into the collision test and disable this. The thing is that we don't want it to detect if there's an obstacle and then put it closer and stop. No, it's fixed. We're only gonna render the player, so there's no problem with all that. Alright, so now let's go ahead and compound save. So let's go ahead and create the texture that will save our this scene basically. So let's select this, go down to the scene capture, and let's go ahead and left click and then create new asset, render target. Okay, let's go ahead and choose our equipment system folder. Let's go into UI, and on here let's change this to be the character equipment texture render target 2D. I mean, we can just put texture target. That's a bit, yeah, that's better. Let's go ahead and save, and there we go. Let's go ahead and compound save. So now you see that if, for example, I press play and I move around and then I exit and then go into the equipment system UI, you'll see that we actually have the texture being, basically appearing here, as you can see. Great. First of all, we are only rendering the player, that's cool. Now we're also rendering the skybox. Don't worry, we'll fix that in a second, but you can see that the quality is, let's say, not very good. So let's go ahead and, just put in the size X and Y to be higher. Let's say 2048 and 2048. Basically, it will just make things a bit better, honestly, okay? Great. So another thing that we have to do is now create a material to be able to mask and what I've just mentioned about the skybox. So go into the render type texture, right click, and go into create material. This is gonna be basically m_character and I just get the underscore mat at the end out. And let's go ahead and open this up. So let's go ahead and select the output node, and let's go into the material domain and change it to be into user interface. And then we're gonna go into the blend mode and change to be opaque to masked. So let's go ahead and plug in the RGB into the final color, and then let's go ahead and get the alpha, drag it here, and do a 1-. This will basically remove all the things that we don't need. Let's put that into the opacity mask. And let's just go ahead and apply this and save it. And let's wait a few seconds. And then we'll be able to close it and we can add it into our UI, okay? Come on, there we go. So now I can close it and go, even close this, and I'll open up our WB equipment. Let's go ahead and open this up. So basically we want to swap this image with a new one. The thing is that we have to do something first, but let me just put it over here so you can see what I mean. But let's go into the brush settings, image, and then let's assign the image that we have just created, which was character equipment texture target. Compile save, press play. I open the player, and you can see this here. But first of all, it is extremely small, and it is like squashed. This is because it is, of course, going ahead and stretching the image, and this is not what we want. Okay, what we want is to basically crop the image into, to basically fit the character. So what we want to do is go here and add a scale box. Let's go ahead and just drag it on, and let's put the anchor to be on the center. Let's go into the character viewport image and copy the same parameters, so 450 and 650. So let's go and put this 0, 450, 650, and then in alignment, let's put this to 0.5 and 0.5. So it's now in the same position than before. Now let's go ahead and get this to be renamed to a character scale box, and now let's get the character viewport image and drag it inside of it. So now it's a child. Now it's entered in the character, in the viewport image, and let's change this to be fill. Okay, so now it will fill everything. But there's something that we are going to change, and it's basically on stretching. So stretching, in the parent. Let's go into the parent, and you can see that we have in stretching here, we have stretch, and right now we have scale to fit. We want to change this to scale to fit, and that should do the trick. And I believe that I did something wrong. Yes, so let's select the viewport image and change to be center. Okay, so it's not filling, it's basically center, and then scale fill. And now you will see that the character will appear properly here. Now, it is very small, so let's go ahead and change that. So what we have to do is make the camera boom smaller. So let's go back into our third person character blueprint. Let's enter into the equipment spring arm, and let's put the arm length to be like maybe only 100. Let's compile and see how that goes ahead and looks. Alright, let me put this here. Okay, that's maybe too big and it's getting out of bounds. Maybe to 100, and that's a bit better, hopefully. That's way better. Maybe even a bit more, so 170 maybe. I think 170 will be perfect. Yeah, that's pretty good. So yeah, you can see our character there. Now, of course, now it doesn't get very good because you're seeing the older character in the background, the actual real game. But like I mentioned before, we are basing this UI and equipment system and the whole RPG series on Assassin's Creed Origins. And basically, it has a background, okay? The Assassin's Creed Origins has a background. Let's go ahead and do so. Let's go into common and just get an image, drag it in. Let's get the anchors to be in the whole screen, and then we can put the offset in left, top, right, and bottom to be 0, so we'll fill up the whole screen. And let's get this image, rename it to background, and let's put it right on the top, right below the first canvas panel. So basically it will be behind everything, okay? And then let's go into the tint, okay, and change this to be basically darker. And let's put the in color and opacity, let's put the alpha to be in 0.2 or even 0.3. We'll see. 8.5. You'll see how it goes. Normally in the future, I think if we find a cool image, we'll change it to opaque. But for now, we'll have some transparency just to make things a bit different, you know? Now let's go ahead and add some blur, so it gets real cool effects. So let's go and find the background blur, put it over here, again, right underneath the background. And then the anchors will be the whole screen, and in the offsets will be all 0, 0. And then we can go into the blur strength and put something as maybe 10, and maybe that's too much, 5. We can play with the values. So now if we open up, you will see that we have a nice like background already, okay, with some blur, which is better. Of course, in the future we'll improve the background massively. Also gonna change the blur strength to be 10 and the background opacity alpha to be maybe 0.7. So it's kind of a stronger, yeah, I like this more equipment. Okay, and of course we can put it and exit. Great. So a lot of this is temporary, okay, don't worry. But now let's go into the second part of the tutorial when we go ahead and click. So if you remember the last episode, if we actually grab some items, okay, we can open this up, and now we can go ahead and see all the items that we have. And we can go ahead and equip a certain item, right? So for example, I can go and equip the health sword. So we now have to do the part that will actually equip it. The cool part about this, as you can see the characters, that it will update in real time, so you will have like all the animations in place happening. So in the future we'll go ahead and pause the game. So for example, if you were jumping, right, like in Assassin's Creed, like you will see the character like hop jumping and stuff. It will be really cool. But for now, of course, we have to maybe center and all stuff first. Let's go ahead and just make sure that we can select these guys over here. So let's go into the slots that appear in that UI, which in this case it is the, go into the equipment system, UI, and it is the item slot. So this is the one that we want to be able to basically click. I don't know why I haven't. What is this? Why do I have this UI here? Oh, okay. Minimize. That's weird. Okay, so in the button, but of course is filling up, let's go down into the clicked event and add it on. So now we'll be able to do something when we click this button. So what we want to do is basically go into the equipment system and go into the graph and then do some stuff over here. So what we want to do is basically be able to assign it into that specific item over here. So first of all, we need a current equipable slot variable slot, and this will be the type of WB underscore where's it? It will be item slot. No, it will be equipable slot. Okay, so we have to create a type of this. So let's change this. There you go. It will be an object reference, and when you click on any type of slot, it will assign to that one. So let's go ahead and open the equipable slot. Let's go into the graph, and when we click the button, apart from doing that, what we will do is get the equipment widget, and then get the current equipable slot, and set it. So set current equipable slot, and what we will do is say that this will be self. Okay, so we'll be assigning it into itself. Okay. Now what we need to do is go back into the equipment panel here, and what I have to do is make a custom event on basically assign let's say a slot, assign item slot. I think that will be pretty good. So we have to get a current equipable slot, and then basically get the icon, or how is it called? Let's see. It's just the button. Okay, so we'll have to change the image of the button. So what we're going to do is actually get another image and drag it on the inside the button, and then we'll change to be fill, and then we can change this image directly. It will be better. And let's change the name to be icon and make sure that it's variable state. So let's compile, go back here, and now we can get the icon. And what we'll do is set the brush, which is like set in the image, to be the one. And what to do is make brush from texture. So now what we want to do is get that specific item over there. So the thing is that when we will basically be receiving a parameter from here, and what we'll be receiving will be the item to assign. There we go. And this will be a WB. Actually, no, this will be S slots. Okay, slots. There you go. S slots. There. Now, great. And what we'll do is get this and then break it, and then right click, split it, and let's get the data table. Get row, a single row. Let's also get the row name, and when we find it, what we do is break the S weapon. So we'll have all the items over here. Let's go ahead and quickly Ctrl X and move this and paste it into here. So it's after we have got the information, and then we'll introduce get the icon and put it here, and let's put 125 by 125. Great. So now it will be assigned, and the target will be basically of the set brush of the here in the icon of that icon. Great. So now what we need to do is call this from the item slot. So let's go ahead and save the equipable slot and close it so we don't confuse ourselves. Let's go into the item slot, and down here what to do is cast to the third person character. Let's go ahead and get the player character. Alright, let's go ahead and get the equipable widget. How's it called? Oh, we need to get the component BBC, and now we can get the equipment widget. And now what we need to do is call that function, well, that custom event that we have just created, which is, I believe it was set assign items to slot. So in here we have to find that specific item. Now the thing is that in here we don't have any way of knowing which item is currently assigned, because this is done before right over here. Okay, but what we're going to do is in here go ahead and assign it. Okay, so let's go into the item slot and create a new variable. It's going to be item, and this is going to be type S slots. Let's go ahead and save, and let's go back to the equipment, And now on here, what we need to do is go and get this and then set slots. Set. Oh no, yes. Oh, sorry, item. I confusing that. So now what we need to do is set that item with the one that we're creating, which in this case it will be this one. Sorry, the parent array element. Great. Let's compile and save. Now we can go back to the item slot and we'll get the item. You just drag it here. So now that should work. It was extremely confusing maybe, but it's what we have to do. Don't worry, in the future we'll fix the UI that we have the image there, don't worry. But now we can select, well, we have to get some items first, so let's go ahead and do so. Get some items. Let's open this. So go here, now we can select the heavy sword, and there we go. We are assigning it into here. Great. So this is working. We can select this, assign this, and that's this. Of course, in the future we'll make that we can select specific items into the category. So this will be like the melee, ranged, armor, and whatever, like I mentioned before, and we'll have not like we can't repeat the same item and things like that. But that will be for in the future, okay? So, if you found it helpful, I would really appreciate you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials, so go ahead and check them out. Go ahead and join my Discord server. You can talk with the other devs, show your progress of your games and RPG series, and also go ahead and follow me on all my socials. With that said, bye-bye. What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and the equipment system. We're actually nearly finished with the equipment system, so we only have maybe one episode more after this one. Could change, but honestly we're nearly there on creating the core. Of course, as the series go, we'll, you know, add more things and so on, but like the we can move on to other things basically, right? So basically in the last episode we already have that we can go ahead and select items. We open up the menu and we can go and have a list of them and then go ahead and select them into an appropriate slot. So what we have to do now is go and pass that information into our character, so it will actually pass on the mesh and equip it into according socket and so on. Basically actually like equip it, right? And then another thing that we have to do is split it in categories. So this will be like, for example, the melee, this will be the shields and so on. So the items that are specified, like for example a sword, will not appear in the shield section, right? In the shield zone. So that's what we have to do. Another thing that we'll do, maybe that will already be in the next episode, but we'll need to make that it will save the according slot, of course. And then you cannot attack when you know, you're in the menu. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. It's gonna be a very easy to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so let's begin by going into the equipment system, UI, and open up the WH equipment menu. So what we're gonna begin is by transferring that information into our character. So when we go ahead and equip a slot, we'll pass in that mesh over there. So we can, for example, equip our sword. Right, so we're gonna go into the graph over here, and right now we have the assign item slot where we receive the item that we want to basically assign, and we apply the icon and so on. So this is the part that we have to do. So in here we're already getting, for example, the mesh and the name and so on. So this is what we have to do. So let's go now into the content. I'm gonna go into the third person blueprints. Let's open our third person character blueprint. And what we need to do is create a new variable over here. And honestly, we can even do an event. So let's go down here. Alright, we're already having a pretty big event graph. Maybe we have to organize this a bit, you know, but you get the idea. Let's go into the right over here. Let's create a new custom event. And this will be equip item. Okay, so from the inventory, we will call this. So we will also be receiving the items, so you know, we'll go ahead and make a new input. It's gonna be item, and it's gonna be slots. And I'm gonna right click and promote this to a variable, which is gonna be the equipped item. Gonna make the E in lowercase there. Okay, so it will be basically when we equip a new item, we will assign it into a variable. And then what we need to do is, of course, go ahead and pass on the mesh and so on. So what we can do, actually, instead of directly getting the item, we can pass on directly only the icon and the static mesh and the name. But actually later on, if we actually want to get the damage and so on, we'll have to pass all the parameters. So what we can do is, as always, just go and get the break this, right click, split it, and then get row like this, at the table row, put it over here, passing the name, then get this, and then break the S weapons. And now we'll have again all this, but we only passed on an item, so we can do more things basically later on as we go. So what we have to do now is get the sword. Right now, of course, this is called sword, but we are going to go ahead and change the name into equipped weapon. There we go. Let's go ahead and change these, because of course this is now universal. It might not be a sword, it might be a bladder, things like that, but it still will be a weapon. In this slot you will not put a shield, that will be in a separate slot. That's with time we will add and so on. But let's go back into the event graph, let's get the equipped weapon and drag it. And now what to do is set static mesh. Let's go into the ROM font and put it over here. So now we are gonna get the static mesh and pass it over here. So now instantly, if we call this and pass the item from here when we equip it, we'll be able to equip that item. So let's go back into the equipment menu, and on here, right at the end, what we want to do is cast to the third person character. If I know how to type. There we go, third person character. we're gonna go ahead and get the player character, and then we want to go ahead and call that specific event, which was equip item. There we go. And now we just need to pass that item over here, which is the item to assign. Just put it over here. To make things more organized, I'm gonna double click on the connector and just do it again and put it here, so the routing is a bit cleaner, you know, and we have cables running around. Anyways, that should work. Now let's see what items right now over here we have. So here we have the heavy sword and the wooden bow, and then here we have the normal light sword. And this is the mesh. So right now, for example, if we equip the heavy sword, all we'll be having is spear in a hand, which is temporary, of course, but you get the idea. Let's go ahead and just get this item, for example. Let's open, let's go and equip the heavy sword, and boom! You can see that we have our item equipped. So this is the idea. Of course, this is completely wrong because, well, it's a huge spear. But if we were to get, for example, this other sword, and now equip it, which will be the light sword, it will be right again good. Now, there's one more thing that we have to do in order to prepare ourselves in the future when we have the actual good items, models and stuff. And it's that basically they will have different sockets, right? The sword may be on one point, and then another bladder or whatever will be maybe in a different scale and so on. So we have to basically have different sockets. Okay, so what we have to do is go into the equipment system and go into the S weapons. So this is our database, and we're actually going to go ahead and create two more things. Okay, the first thing we're going to go ahead and add a new variable, and we're going to drag this and say this is going to be the socket, the weapon socket. And for now, this is going to be a string, so we'll pass the name of the socket. We'll have to make sure that it's the same exact name as in the skeleton, but yeah, just be careful with that when you add it later on. And as I mentioned before, we already have like the type or category with an enumerator, so we can select which one it is. So great. And basically on weapon socket in the string, we're gonna add a default text, which right now is gonna be the same one as in the sword. Just to have like something already to touch on as like a default one, which is hunt our sword. I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste it. So like I said, it has to be exactly the same string, the same cases, everything. So make sure that when you create the new socket and put the name here, it's exactly the same. If not, everything will break. Okay, we have to have that in mind. So go ahead and save everything. And great. Alright, so now that we can equip weapons, it is time to make the category, right? So we can only equip certain weapons in some categories. So let's go ahead and open up the WB equipment. So in the graph, right, when we go and construct this, we are basically going ahead and going through all our slots, going into here, and then basically adding them into our vertical list, right? When we open up this, right now, the items are being created. The items that we have, of course, right now didn't equip one, but you get the idea. So the thing is that we only have to do this when you open up the panel and then to the specific category slots. Alright, so what we're going to do is create here a new custom event. It's going to be open items list, and basically open items list will pretty much do what it's doing right now here. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and do this. Put it over here. Great. So we will not do it when we open the inventory, only when we open up the slot. So let's go quickly into the, which is going to be the equipable slot. So this is the slot, right? When we go into graph, when we click it, we are basically enabling this, right? We're going to be visible. So what we have to do is basically go and call this. So we're going to go ahead and get the equipment widget. Now call this the custom event that we have just created, which is, what was it? Items list, open items list, right? The thing is that we have to change a bit the items list into the according category of that guy, right? So what we have to do is go into WB equipment, and we're gonna go into the variable. So we're gonna create a new variable. It's gonna be current slot category. So basically, we are only gonna be showcasing the ones in that category that we are selecting right now. In this case, it's gonna be E. What was it? Welcome types, maybe. Weapon category types. I don't know why I have categories. here we go, category. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. I think it was one of my tests. Okay, so don't go ahead and just forget that. Okay, we are using types. So there we go, e-types. And then what we need to do is that when we call this, we need to assign it. So here we're gonna go ahead and get the equipment widget, get category, and then we need to assign it. It's gonna be a bit later, right? So here what we're going to do is just drag this, and then it's gonna be equal, and then we can put a number. Now I believe that there's also an equal numerator. Yeah, and we can just put in the text instead of that. And basically in here we have to pass the one of the armor, right? In this case, each slot will have a category. So we're gonna go ahead and create new here variable is gonna be a slot category, and this will be again weapon types. And this is gonna click this I, so it's public. So later on in here we can go into the designer and select it. So we're gonna select, for example, this one, and this will be the melee category. Let's go into the second one. This will be, for example, the range. Let's go here. This will be the armor, for example. Let's go into the bottom right one. This will be shield. So now each one has its own category, right? And will only display once in the items in that category. So now in here, what we are doing is basically we need to assign it. So actually we have to get this and then set current slot category, not get it. We need to set it. Sorry about that. And in this case, this category will be the one on here. So now we need to get this from the current variable that we just created and assign it. And now we are ready to go. So what we have to do now is go back to WB equipment, go into the graph, and then on here, make sure that we are only creating that items for that category. The thing is that we have the type here. So we are only going to continue if the type is the same. So we can put everything a bit to the right, and then we can go ahead and get type is equal in numerator to the current slot category. And if it is, we're gonna create it. So go ahead and make a branch, and here only continue if this is true. If not, it will not do anything basically. Alright, so now we can compile and save, and this should work. So let's check out our database. So the light sword will be melee, the heavy sword again melee. Okay, so we'll have 2 items displaying there, and then we'll have 1 for ranged. So if I were to go here and get off all my weapons, all the items, and I go here in the melee, we'll add text in a second. This is melee. We only have these 2 melees, you can see. But if we go into range, okay, this is range, I believe, and this is the other ones. Oh, okay. So, sorry, because we have to clean the. Sorry, I forgot something. It's working, but we have to basically clear the whole list every time that we click a new item. So basically, on the equipable slot, right when we click it, what we're going to do is, before doing all this and assigning it again, what we're going to do is go and get the list canvas panel and then clear children from the panel. All right, so they will be basically gone, and it will update and generate new ones. So now that should work. So let me get all of them again. Here we go. Did I get it? Yes. So now if I go here, I should. Okay, did something wrong, I believe. Okay, so I found the fix. What we have to do is go into the equipable slot, and when we clear the children, just delete that. We are not going to do it here. So compile, go back to the W equipment, and write in the custom event of open items list. We're gonna get the list vertical box, get it, and then in here clear the children. Okay, we're gonna do it from here when we call it. For some reason, I don't know, it should be the same, but now it works. Okay, I don't know why that, but just do it like that. Now if I were to get all the items and open this, you can see that in my melee category I only get the heavy weapon and light sword, right? And then if I go into here, my range, I only have my wooden bow, because it's the only ranged weapon category that I picked up. And I go into the other ones, we don't have anything because I don't have any shield category or the other category, which I don't remember, horse or whatever, right? But the other ones are working, so that's great. Everything is going ahead working. Of course, if I equip one of the swords, it will be updated. Now, of course, if I go into my wooden bow, it will be also updating. and because we have different slots, and the wooden bow should be affecting another item, right? Not the same one, not the sword. It should be like in the other hand, and then you change between the states and so on. But we will do that over time, okay? I don't know if right in the next episode or later on when we get into the bows and stuff, but we are honestly going ahead and advancing so fast. If I go and choose the light sword, it's now updating. So yeah, we just have to basically make these slots independent from each other, right? That's the only thing left. But that's it, guys. If you found the tutorial helpful, I would really appreciate you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials, so I'm gonna go ahead and check them out. Go ahead, join my Discord server so you can show up your progress that you're making with the series or with the game, and follow me on my socials. So just Twitter and Instagram. In the next episode, I think that we'll finalize with the UI. Okay, we'll add the melee here, then range text over here, and then so on. Okay, we'll finish up a bit more things, and that's pretty much it. So with all said, bye bye. What's up, guys? Welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and finishing off the equipment system. So first of all, we will be adding some text into our equipment UI so we know which category is which and where we can place our melee weapons, ranged weapons, etc. Then we will be making that we only can transfer the data into the character per slot. So each slot will be individual. So for example, if we equip a sword in the melee category and then a bow in the ranged category, it will not overwrite. You will see what I mean in a second. And then lastly, we'll be importing a shield and a bow, so we can start integrating them into our sockets and equipping them. So with all that said, it's going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is go into the equipment system UI, and let's go ahead and open our WB equipment widget, and we're going to be adding that text. So in this case, if we select this slot, we can see this is the melee weapons category, this one is the ranged weapons, this one is the armor, and this one is the shields. So let's go over here and just go ahead and drag a text on here. Let's go and just drag it in the canvas panel, select it, and then we can see it here. So let's go ahead and drag it over here, and we will just keep the anchors in the corner. Okay, and this one will be the top left corner, so like this. And then what we're going to do is, yeah, put it maybe actually into the right. Okay, snap to the right. And then what we'll do is increase the size. Maybe 30 is a bit better. Yeah, that's a bit better. And then what we can do is put over here, well, melee. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly, melee, I don't know, but you get the idea, right? So let's change the name. This will be the melee category text. Great, so now we can go ahead and duplicate this, and we'll have this over here. Let's go ahead and drag it into the bottom one, and let's get the anchors over here to put it on the left bottom corner. Now let's see which position in the X, sorry, it is. So it's 168. Let's go ahead and put it into the X over here. So it's basically perfectly aligned, as you can see. And I believe that I need to center a bit better the Y1 over here, like this. And then in this case, this is the armor. So let's go ahead and put this in armor. Like that. There we go. And then let's do the same with the other slots. Let's go ahead and get the melee one, duplicate it. In this case, the anchors will be in the top right corner. And then we can just go ahead and put it over here. So we can get the Y position, which is 352. Let's go ahead and apply it in this one, like so. And I'm gonna go and do the opposite on the justification. So we'll align into the right over here. Let's get the X and just put it a bit into the right over here. I think that looks pretty neat. And then what we can do is duplicate it, select it, duplicate it, and do the same. Go into the bottom right anchor, and then go ahead and put this over here. Now let's put the same X position, which is this one. Let's copy, go here, and paste it, and then that's pretty much it. It's pretty much aligned. Great for us. Now this one was the ranged weapons, so let's go ahead and put here ranged, and let's go into the last one, and in this case this one is shields, so let's go ahead and put here shields. Well, just in a singular better shield, right? Because it's the current one equipped. Great, so that should be it. We can now compile and save and move on. So now basically it's a bit clearer, you know, where basically we open the panel where we can place our melee weapons, ranged weapons, shield, and armor. Of course, as the series progresses, we'll be touching the UI. Right now, this is like the base of the UI, of course, like normal font text, normal images, you know, like we'll get into an actual design later on in the series, but I have to move on into other things because if not, we will not, you know, progress a lot. Now we are progressing super fast, okay? It's already like what, 19th, 20th episode, and we already have equipment system, stamina, health stats, combat, like so many things. So we advance very fast, but if we do so, it will just, you know, get into the point basically. Alright, so now let's go ahead and do so. So what I was explaining before is that we can only equip the specified item into our character. So what I was meaning is that, well, if I select all of these items, for example, and I go here and select the light sword, for example, right now I have just equipped the light sword. But then if I go into range and put the wooden bow, you can see that my wooden bow is actually equipping into my sword and overriding this. And it shouldn't be like this, okay? The bow and the armor and the shield should have another object, another socket. For example, in here in the armor, in the shield, it will be like in his back, and range bow also in his back maybe. And then when we get into the states of defending ourselves with armor or shooting with a bow, we'll, you know, transition from his back into, for example, his hand, of course. But this is what I basically meant, and maybe I expressed myself bad, but basically you're overriding the object, right? So what we have to do is for the melee, it's okay, right? You're going ahead and selecting the according slot and putting it into his hand, but for the ranged armor and shield, we have to do other ways. So let's go ahead and open up the equipment slot, okay? Now remember, not the item slot, but the equipable slot. Let's go into the graph, and here we can see that when we click the button, we are doing this. We're going here and assigning it into that specific category, and also going ahead and well, basically, yeah. No, sorry, yeah. It's actually in the item slot because, of course, in the equipment slot, you open up the list, and then in the item slot is when you actually select it. You can see we select it, we go into widget, and then pass on the item. And on here, we are assigning the item slot. Let's go ahead and double click into it, and we open it up. As you can see over here, we are basically getting that item, breaking it down, and then assigning it into the equipable item. Now, the thing is that from here, what we have to do is different, okay? From here, it will depend on what we are having. We will want to put the image into the slot, okay? But then from here, we want to, depending on if we have sword, bow, and stuff, do something different, okay? So what we're going to do is go ahead and do a, because this is a enumerator, we can do a switch, okay? And we can do a switch on the E weapon types, which I think is with lowercase maybe, yes. Switch on E weapon types, there we go. So now I can plug this in. Now, if it's melee weapons, yes, we will do so, we will do it like this. But if we have a ranged weapons, we will have to do it in another way. Let's go ahead and quickly compound and save, right? And let's go into our third person character, and what we're going to do is actually importing the shield and bow, because we will start adding the socket, so later on we can use it here. So let's go into the content, and right now here we have sword, right? Let's go ahead and create a new folder and call this just weapons, and let's get the sword and put it inside of weapons. So everything will be organized in weapons. So I did so. We have the sword here, and for some reason it left the yes, just delete this. Okay, I don't know why it left this the folders, but okay, that's weird. It's a bit bugged out. Okay, don't worry, just ignore it. But we have it on weapons. Okay, great. Anyway, let's create more folders, but when we drag the item, it will actually create it. So I will be leaving these two items in the description. They're totally free from Sketchfab. So we'll have a medieval shield and a wooden bow. So let's begin by the medieval shield. So what I will do is just change the M over here, and then this like this, so it's a bit prettier, I guess. I can just drag it in, and then just press reset to default, and then that's pretty much it. You say import all, we'll have just warning, doesn't matter. And then here we have the mesh itself and the textures and so on. Let's quickly go ahead and assign it, so we can open up the material, go into textures, and start getting. So this is the base one. The base one will be the RGB into the base color. Then we'll have the normal into the RGB to the normal. We'll have the roughness, which is this one, into the roughness. We'll have the what is this? The occlusion over here. And honestly, I don't really know which one is this one, meta, but don't worry, it doesn't matter. Oh, metallic, sorry, yeah. So let's drag it in, RGB into metallic. And there you go, now we have our material with the shield. We can now go ahead and apply and save the material, and we should have it assign it into our shield. There we go, super cool. Ctrl-Shift-S to save everything. Now let's go ahead and do the same with our bow. So let's go ahead and open this. We have the wooden bow free. But the thing is that when I extracted it, so you have to right click extract the things, and we have source and textures. For this wooden bow, when I entered in source, there was another zip file, so I extracted that again, and now we have the things. So basically just get this one, the one that was inside the source, you extract it again and drag it in, and then we can now go ahead and say import all, and again the warning doesn't matter, here we go, and we have this over here. And now we have to create a material for this. So just right click on the, for example, this one, create material, and this will be yes, M underscore wooden bow, and let's get onto wooden bow here. Let's open this up. Let's get the normal, drag it here. This will be into the normal, and this is the roughness. Let's go ahead and put this here, and that should be it. So now we can apply and save, and there we go. And now we just have to assign it to the static mesh. So open up the model itself, and down here we can search for M underscore wooden bow, and I will have here with a wooden bow. Great, everything is going ahead and working. So what we have to do now is go into the character skeleton and apply a socket. So let's go into content, characters, mannequins. This will go into meshes, and then we can see that we have the SK mannequin. Let's go ahead and open this up. You already remember in the start of the combat section, we created basically a socket for the sword. And so what we have to do now is just create a socket for the shield over here. Now, a thing that I want to mention real quick is that some people mentioned in Discord is that what if we later on have different swords that maybe doesn't fit into this hand or whatever. Well, that is why we went ahead and let me quickly show you. We created a weapon socket string. So here we can pass, if so, a different socket for each weapon, and we will assign it. So for example, we have another weapon and the scale is different. We have to change it into the other hand, for example. We'll pass in the name and we'll assign correctly. So we already did it, basically, modeler. Anyway, let's continue. So what I have to do is I'm gonna go into my spine, and in this case, gonna go into my spine probably 5 or 4. Yeah, I think 5 because it will have like hang it here. So what we're going to do now in the spine 5 is right click and go here into add socket. It will create this socket. Let's go ahead and change the name. So we'll keep it like we did with the other one, which was hand underscore R sword. In this case, we will put back underscore, and in this case we don't have like right or left, so we can just skip that. And so this will be back underscore shield, and that's it. So now what we're going to do is right click on this socket that we have just created, go into add preview asset and search for shield, and I will have it over here. So now we can just go ahead and rotate this. There's no snapping. Let me just enable snapping around 180 degrees, put it back over here and make it a bit smaller because it's a bit big. I think like this should be pretty good. Maybe rotate it a bit like this, and basically just overall make it fit pretty good in the back. I kind of did it quickly, okay, so maybe we have to spend more time on doing so, but you get the idea. And so my location, rotating, and scale will be available here, just in case you want to put the exact same parameters. You can just paste them into your Unreal Engine, like here. Anyway, let's go ahead and save, and let's go ahead and do so also for the bow. So let's go into the spine 5, and we'll go ahead and create another socket. So right click in the spine, not in the other socket, in the spine, add socket. It will create another one. This will be back underscore bow. Let's go ahead and right click into the back bow, add preview asset, and then wooden bow. And now what we have to do is do pretty much the same thing. Actually, it's placing them pretty good. So it might overlap a bit with the shield. Okay, it might like come through, but later on, we'll fix it. But for now, it is pretty good, honestly, right? It's pretty good. It's right now overlapping, but we'll fix it as we go. So you have my values here again. Probably in the series we'll touch it on, but for now it's pretty good. So we'll be able to assign this socket and so on. So let's go into the close this, Ctrl-Shift-S to save everything, and now you can see that we are back in the WB equipment. So if we were to have ranged weapons, that would mean that we have a bow, and we'll automatically place it on the character's back. So let's see how we're doing this in the equip item. Let's double click. As you can see, what they're doing is getting the item that we are going to equip, basically. As you can see, we're just passing the item, and then we are just getting the mesh and putting it into the equipped weapon slot, right? So the thing is that what we can do is apply the same thing but in a different way. The thing is that the equipped weapon will not fit to us because that will replace the sword, right? And we don't want that. We want to have another one in our back. So what we're going to do is go inside the mesh and right click and create a new static mesh, and this will be the back shield, but just back shield, and then we can just apply by default the one that we created earlier, which is back shield, and there we go. Basically the static mesh will be empty like it is. Well, in here it is already assigned, but we'll actually go ahead and remove that, okay? By default, we will not have anything equipped, of course. And now on the back shield, we can add, well, in the mesh, we can now add another side mesh, and this will be the back bow. And again, we'll go ahead and find the parent socket, which is back bow, and leave the static mesh empty. Now let's go into the event graph, and what we'll do is instead of equip item, we'll create a new custom event, and this will be equip shield. So kind of we will have for different categories. So probably maybe later on I change it into equip melee item. Actually, we'll do so. So let's change this to be equip melee or melee, however you spell it, item, and then this will be equip shield and so on. So it makes sense. So again, we will have a item slot that will pass like in here. So S slots. So let's just get the item here. This will be as slots, and then we'll pretty much do the same thing. So we can copy the nodes, copy this, and just copy and paste it, and we'll just have it here, plug it in, and we'll extract in the things. So we'll get the back shield, get the model, and then set static mesh. Get the raw font to put it over here, and there we go. And we'll get the static mesh, plug it there, and that should work. Of course, we have to go and call it. We'll do it in a second, but now let's do the same with the custom event. Actually, what we can do is, let's custom event. This will be equip bow, and then we can just copy the whole thing, paste it, plug it in, and then in here at the input, so this will be again the item. It automatically plays item slots. Great. Let's go ahead and plug this in. Let's move it a bit to the right here. And then what we want to do is replace back shield with back bow. So what we're going to do is drag it exactly on the top and it will replace it. So there you go, back bow is there. Compound save. Let's go into WB equipment, and actually we want to cast into our character, cases. So let's get the weapon switch on here, Ctrl X, put it here. So it will cast, but then after this, it will do different things. So yes, in melee weapons, it will do this, equip melee item. Let's put it up here. But for this one, it will do equip bow. Here we go. In ranged weapons, we'll do that. And basically, we'll pass the item from here. Okay, we can just get it from the pin that we did. If not, you can just get it from the start, but you get the idea. We'll do the same from here. It will be equip. So we actually don't have armor yet, so we'll equip directly the shield right now. We'll skip it. So make sure that you don't plug it into armor. Make sure it is on shields, okay? And then we can leave some space so I can remember this, and then just plug this in. Actually, what we can do from armor is get armor, and then print armor not available yet. Yes, also, so we just remind ourselves when we equip something, like we still don't have the armor done. Let's go ahead and just compound save, and actually all this should already be working. So if first of all, we have to go into DB weapons, and we have to create the items for in bow where they have it. So let's just select bow, and we have to change the static mesh into the the wooden bow. But we have to create the shield. So let's click add. In the row name, I just put shield, enter. Actually, let's give it a property. So it'll be wooden. Yeah, wooden shield. It's not. Oh, sorry. So we cannot have any spaces. I forgot that. Wooden underscore shield, and we'll do the same here. So wooden, but in here we can put the space. Wooden shield. The damage, it will not have any damage. Require level. And let's put, for example, level 1 because it's the wooden shield, so you start with it pretty much. The icon, we can just put whatever, right? For example, we can put, I don't know, this one, like, I don't know, kind of looks like a shield in Minecraft. And inside the mesh, we can search our medieval shield. We should change it to there, but whatever. Now, it wouldn't bow. Let's go ahead and also change the socket just in case. And so this will be basically back underscore what was a bow. And on the wooden shield, this will be back underscore shield. Right now, we don't have set up the auto pickup socket, but we'll do in the next episode probably. Well, I mean, if we go into AI, probably not, but you get the idea. Alright, so that should already work. So, of course, let's select in here, let's say that this will be our wooden bow. So we have to kind of update it if we move it. And this will be, let's say, our wooden shield. Very small, but this is just pickable items. We'll fix up the size as we go. So now I can just pick up the bow, the shield, and the sword. So if we open up the equipment slot panel, we can go into the melee section. And okay, so I forgot something. Sorry. In the WB weapons, in the wooden shield that we have just added, I forgot to put the category on type. So on type, this will be armor. Sorry, not armor, shields. Okay, save and close. Sorry about that. But now, if we go and get this, and get this, and go and get this, now we can just go here, open up melee. We will only be able to equip our light sword, which we have just done, as you can see. We can go into range. We will only see our wooden bow because the only range type that we have. We can equip it, and okay, it did equip it into here. Okay, I think I forgot something, which I think I know what's happening. The thing is that if we go into the WB equipment, okay, so we are only, sorry, I forgot something. We have to pass the category variable into here, because if not, it's always getting melee. and always equipping it to melee. Sorry about that, forgot it. So we have to pass the current slot that it is. So now, yes, with that intentions, we can just pick up this. Okay, all the items, great. Again, we can go only select the melee sword on here, on the ranged bow, and boom, where they have it on our back. We can go, and we don't have any armor, so we can go with the shield, and we'll only see the shield, and boom, equip it, and bam, we have it on our character. That's so cool. Of course, right now I placed it pretty quick on our back, so you know there are some things that, like for example, the arms are going through, but you know there's things that will fix with time, and I can go ahead and snap into it, start attacking. Here we go. I don't know why it didn't detect the guy there, but yeah, we launch. Okay, so yeah, we can go ahead and start attacking with our sword equipment. Really cool stuff. You know what? Quickly, I'm gonna go and tune in this a bit. Let's go into meshes, SK mannequin, go into the wooden shield socket, and then put it a bit back. Okay, a bit back. There we go. And then the bow. Let's select the bow and do so too. I don't know if I'm improving this, making it worse, but you get the idea, okay? Maybe like this. So yeah, at any time you can just go move the sockets, and it will do so. And just equip all this. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. I mean, they still go through, but you get the idea. So with time, we'll go ahead and improve it on. We'll make it so that it doesn't go through, and of course, all these things. And right now, of course, the mannequin is a temporary character, so you get the idea. So that's it, guys. If you found the video helpful, I would really appreciate you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials and videos, so if you want to go ahead and check them out, go ahead. Join my Discord server so you can ask any questions. Also, share your progress with the series or with any game that you have, and overall, you start with game depths and so on. And also, you know, follow me on my socials at Twitter and Instagram. And probably in the next episode, maybe we actually touch one thing of the panel, which is just making sure that it doesn't attack while we have the panel opened, and then that we can just select and it will get the vertical list out, if you get it, yeah. And then we'll start with with AI, but we'll see. Okay, so with all that said, like the video, subscribe to our channel, and bye bye. What's up guys, welcome to a new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and today we are continuing with the RPG series. We will finally begin with the advanced AI system. We will basically start setting up the character and the behavioral trees, and we'll set up that the enemy will be able to patrol around our scene. It's going to be a very easy route to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so right before we start with the AI, I just want to do something that I just got left over from the last episode, and is that if you can open the equipment system, you can basically, if you click, you will attack. And I just want to quickly solve that, and also that when you equip a weapon, let me just quickly showcase that. Go here, equip a weapon. It will be in range because of a wooden bow. When I select it, the menu doesn't close. So I just want to also do that real quick. So quickly, let's go into the equipment system and open up the BPC equipment system here. And then what we're going to do is go into the equipment menu panel. And when we go ahead and open up the panel, so in here is panel opened to true, what we are going to do is basically get the, if we go into blueprints, we already controlled this in the attack system, and it said can attack to false. So we'll not be able to attack. So let me quickly go and in the start begin play get a reference into the attack system BPC. Just right click, promote to variable, and then put it in here. Go back here, get this BPC attack system. I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna go ahead and set can attack. And in this case, it will be false. And copy and paste this, and in this case, it will be back to true because we have basically closed the panel. And let's plug in the attack system back here. Let's put the comment here and this here. So great, now we should not be able to attack when we open this, but when we close it, we're back able to attack. Great, that's working. And then I just quickly want to go into the equipment system and go into UI, and I'm gonna go into the W item slot. Okay, and basically we're gonna go into the graph, and when we click the button, we're gonna assign the slot and stuff. And what we're going to do also is get the equipment widget. I'm gonna get the item list box. Actually, there's a canvas panel. Maybe that will work. Let me quickly open this up. Go into graph. Sorry, designer. So we have the scale box and list canvas panel, which has the background and list particle. And probably that's what we want to take off, I believe, because when we list canvas panel, we set the visibility. So I'm just gonna copy this, go back here, paste it, put it here, and then well, we have to get it from here. So get list canvas panel and plug it in target. Delete this one. So we want to just hit it in. So now let's quickly test that real quick, and we can move on to AI. Open this, go to range, wooden bow. Once selected, it's out. And then we can open again, of course. Great, so that's it, sorted out. That was little things that I wanted to finish up, but now, great, we can move on. Let's begin with the AI system. So let's go ahead and you start creating a folder. So let me right click, new folder, and I just call this AI, and let's open this up. So let's begin by setting up a bit of the character and the behavioral trees and so on. So the first thing I want to do is go and right click. I'm going to go into artificial intelligence, and the first thing is going to be a blackboard. Now you'll see what a blackboard will be in a second, but basically let's change the name into BD for blackboard data, and we're going to make it something generic for now, okay, because we'll have different AI states, okay, well, behavioral trees will in the future, so we'll have basically, as you know, we're basing this series in Assassin's Creed Origins. So we'll have him basically soldiers that will be patrolling when you see you attack you, different bosses, maybe civilians, and so on. So in this case, it's gonna be something generic, and then later on we'll have this as a parent, and then children, and we'll have variation, so on. If you get the idea. So for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and put this as BD_AI. And now that we have the blackboard created, what we're gonna do is right click, go into artificial intelligence, and create the behavioral trees. Behavioral tree in single. So now it's gonna be BT_, and again it will just be AI. So let's go ahead and quickly save this and open this up. And you will see that we have the behavior tree here. Now I do have a tutorials where I cover behavior trees in really detail and in depth, so if you want to check them out, go ahead. But basically we just have to make sure that if we open up here, this blackboard that we just created is assigned. So just make sure that we have bd_ai assigned into the behavior tree. Great, so now we can close this, and now we have to create a new thing. So let's go into blueprint class and search for AI controller. And what to do is create an AI controller. Basically this one is selected. It's going to be bp_ai controller, and we're gonna make an underscore and then just put generic. There we go. So we like the general one. So now what we want to do is open up this AI controller, and what we want to do is in the event graph we can delete the event tick, and in the begin play what we can do is basically run a behavior tree. In this case what we want to do is run that behavior tree that we have just created. So now we can just save, compile and close. So now what we have to do is to create the actual character blueprint itself. So what we're going to do is actually get a base from our dummy, which we already have a lot of things set up. So what we can do is just go ahead and duplicate it and start changing things. So let's go into blueprints, and we have here the dummy. So what we're going to do is just drag it into the AI folder, and then when this panel appears we're going to say copy here, and then in here we're going to do is change the name into bp_, and again gonna make it generic, so it's gonna be just AI. And now let's open this one over here. Now in this case this one doesn't move or whatsoever, right? It just has the ragdoll set up, the radius for the stealth assassination, yes, health again, and so on, right? And the basically health bar and these things that we, with time we did it in the series. So what we want to do now is set up the AI on here. So what we need to do is go into class defaults and search for AI. And then you will see that we go a bit down, we'll see pawn and then AI controller class. And here we want to assign the one that we have just created, which is bp AI controller _ generic. Let's place it. Now the thing that I always like to do in my basically for my AI enemies or whatever is go into auto possess AI and change it from place in world to place in world or spawned. The thing is that if later on for some reason we spawn our enemies, you'll see that they don't move, and we'll be like, what is going on? Is the behavior tree broken? What is going on? And really it's just that it is not possessing the AI because of this simple drop down, because we have had to say that it will be able to be spawned world or spawned. You get the idea. Anyway, so of course right now if we drag it in, which will be this one, of course nothing will happen. Right, first play nothing will happen, and it's because in our behavior tree we don't have anything. So let's begin by actually doing something in the behavior tree. Let's go ahead and open this up. So as I mentioned before, I do have a in-depth tutorial on AI, but basically the behavior trees will work from top to bottom, left to right. So we'll have different sequences over here, different tasks, and it will work from top to bottom, left to right. So the first thing I want to do is have a selector. A selector will be able to choose between different what we can say tasks or composites, and basically be depending on their values. And we'll be adding the conditions with the creators that we'll be seeing them in the next episode. But basically what we want to do now is go ahead and make a sequence. So a sequence will go ahead and run different tasks from left to right, as mentioned before, and if there's an error in any of the sequence, it will basically fail the whole sequence and move on into the selector and do the next sequence or whatever it has, okay? So the first sequence over here will be just patrol. So let's go ahead and call this patrol sequence, so we already have everything cool named and things like that. And so yeah, let's just begin with patrol sequence. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and create a new task. So for do this, we can just go up here into new task, and then it will open up our AI folder. So in my case, I'm gonna right click, create new folder, and call this tasks. Basically, so everything is going ahead and organized, because we'll have basically different tasks in the future. Now inside the tasks, we're going to have this, which will be called BT underscore task, and then underscore, and this will be basically patrol random point. Patrol random point. That's a pretty good name. You save it, and then we'll have a new basically blueprint over here. So this will basically be like any other normal blueprint, but of course it has its own things. So the first thing that we have to do is go into functions, and if we say override, we can have different functions over here. And the first one that we want is receive execute AI. This is pretty much the begin play of the task. When the task is gone ahead and execute it, this will be the first node. So in our case, what we want to do is just get a random position around a radius of our enemy and just move into that place for our patrolling. And later on in the series, if you want, we can get more in depth and basically do a spline, you know, with a certain path and so on. But for now, we're gonna make it more dynamic for us and use that randomly, and you just pick a random point and go into it. And hey, it will be easier for us and also, I guess, more dynamic, you know. So the first thing I want to do is just get this and say move to, and we'll see that we have the AI move to node. So basically, these will just move the AI into a certain destination or actor. In this case, it will be a destination. So in control palm, I'm gonna put this into palm because that's the palm they're gonna be controlling. And yeah, just plug it in. And then what we want to do is go ahead and get the destination and do a random point. If I know how to type, random point in reachable radius. So this will basically just pick up a random point in the nav mesh. So the origin will be basically where the first, basically the pivot of the radius will be. In our case, it will be in the AI. So we can just get the control palm, get actor, location, and then just plug that in into the origin. Now the radius is how far away we want to be able to, well, the enemy wants to be able to pick a random point. In our case, let's go ahead and just put this into a variable. So we can change it dynamically later on from the behavior tree instead. And just select it, compile it, and then we can just put a random, well, sorry, the random not, but a default value of, let's say, 3000, right? Let's say that it will be, well, 2000. And it will be able to go 2000. And then another thing I want to do is click this icon over here, the eye, so it will be public. So later on from the behavior tree, we'll be able to edit it. If not, it will not appear, and we cannot change it. So that's what we want to do. And then on here, again, in the acceptance radius, just promote this to a variable, and this will be the close, well, the stop radius. Well, actually, instead of radius, I like to call this distance, because really, this is the stop distance. This is basically where the AI will stop. Again, click the eye to open it up, compile, and the stop distance, let's make it 120, because normally it does get too close for the destination. I don't like that. Now in success, what we need to do is, if you see here, we will not have anything here, but we have what we'll say, finalize, finish, execute. So in success, we'll plug this in here and take success, but let's go ahead and copy and paste, and on fail, we'll put this here and untick success. And we will not do anything in the continuation, but only if it has reached a point or has failed in the getting of a point, right? So we need this node in order to be able to, you know, finish the task and go into the next one. So let's go ahead and just compile, save, and we can actually close this. Now from our patrol sequence, you can get this task. In our case, it will be the patrol random point. Great. And now you will see that we have the values here as we click them with the icon, we can now edit them. Anyway, so once we have reached a random destination, I want, right after we have got it to that point, and basically wait a few seconds. So we have already a node called wait, and we can wait, for example, 2 seconds. These values are right now temporarily. You can customize it as we go, as you want your soldiers to wait more time or something like that. So we'll be seeing, right? And that's pretty much what we need in order to basically pretty much start going ahead and experimenting with our AI. So really what we can do now is just make sure that we have nav mesh in the scene, and I believe we didn't add one in the series because our dummy didn't move. So just go up here and quickly add to the project, and we'll go into volumes, and you will see this nav mesh bounce volume. So this will be basically an area. So what we want to do is go ahead and put this into the center, which actually let's just put it in the center of the scene, kind of. It doesn't need to be exact. But now with the scale and the locked on, let's put this, for example, 50, so we'll fill up the whole area. And now if I press P, you will see that it will basically calculate all the possible paths and areas that the AI will be able to go. So this is very important. If you don't have a nav mesh bounce in the scene, it will not work. The AI will not be able to move around, because this is how what Unreal Engine uses to calculate all the paths and so on. So with that said, we can now press play, and there we go. The AI is now going ahead and moving, picking a random point, and then stopping for 2 seconds, and then picking a random point and going again. Great, so everything is going ahead and working. So I think that I want to do is, of course, add the animations and make his rotation a bit smoother. Because right now it just stops instantly, rotates like if it's a robot, then continues, and like that. So let's go into the BP AI blueprint, and we're gonna go into the class defaults, and you search for jaw, and then you will see that this is enabled. It's just go ahead and deselect this, and let's go into the character movement component, go down, and you'll see this, which is the rotation settings. And what we want to do is just enable orient rotation to movement. So basically the AI will be able to rotate smoothly with this rate that is right now applied on the side into that rotation, and it will not be instantly like a robot turn, you know, and it will just feel much better. Now let's go ahead and add some animations into this AI, because right now it doesn't really move it. Now I believe that we can add directly our animation blueprint that we did, but let me just check anyway. See, because we are casting into a character, and we are getting some things from a character, and the character is actually a third-person reference, and it will really break other stuff over here. So we cannot directly use this character, even though just the same skeleton, sorry, this blueprint. So we will need to create a new animation blueprint, even though it is temporary, and maybe we will be able to use this one in the future, but for now we'll just create a new animation blueprint. So let's go into AI, let's right click, animation, blueprint, select the SK mannequin, let's say create ABP underscore AI, and let's go ahead and open this guy up, and then this will be gonna be simple. We're gonna get our blend space, which is walk and run. Now the thing is that on here, basically, as you can see, why did I close the other one? We open this up. We have different state machines. So if we go into the anim graph, you will see that we have the main, then we have locomotion, and so on. And locomotion, for example, we have the idle, walk, run, all these things going on. And the velocity and speed is higher and things like that. So I do believe that we can select all of this, actually copy and paste it. So let's go ahead and do so. Let's get the locomotion state machine, Control C, go into the other one, and then just paste it. And there we go, we have it here. And there we go, we have everything. Now it did not create the variable, and we have speed, but it's not created. So just right click and create variable speed and compile, and that should be it. So actually that should be working. We can just get the locomotion and plug it in. Now first of all, I just want to add the default slot, just in case, like I mentioned before in this series, we want to play an animation montage, like attacking. It's already set up. So now compile, we do have an error, which is jar tilde. So just right click and create variable, compile, so we create it. Now the lean will not be set up right now for this episode, but with time we'll do so. So that should work. If I now go into the BP AI and go into the mesh itself, we can now go up into the anim class and put the BP AI, and he should be able to move with animations. And he's still, and he doesn't move. So why isn't he moving? Well, actually I have no idea, honestly. Oh, there we go. So this might happen a lot to you. So if for some reason the AI just doesn't move and you have no idea what is happening, the first thing that you should do is go into your scene outliner, go down and see the nav mesh. And if it says unloaded, what you have to do is just go ahead and save, go into Shift S, everything, go to recent levels and open up the map again. And you will see that now the nav mesh will be back here. So for some reason Unreal Engine breaks down and it goes ahead and disables the nav mesh. I don't know why, but it just does that. So make sure that you reload the level if it doesn't move, the AI just doesn't move. Okay, quick note here. Anyway, so now it doesn't move with the animations, as you can see. So this is probably because we haven't set up the speed, of course. So let's go into the event graph. Oh, of course this is from the RPG character, but we can pretty much copy the same stuff. So we can just pretty much get all the nodes. Just get this, and get this. Ctrl C, go into the other AI, event graph, paste it, and then plug this in here. Put this here, and we can just get this one out. And then we can just delete the velocity, we actually don't need it. Compile and save. And now yes, you will see that he will move, there we go, with his proper animations and stop, and he rotates much smoother than before. And of course we can even make the animations a bit smoother, but you get the idea. And even he has the stop animation too, because we basically copied it from a character, and everything is gonna end up working. And if I were to also hit him, I should be able to damage him. Now it might be a bit hard because he will be constantly moving and stuff, but also I should be able to target lock into it. So I don't know where he went now. Where did he go? Is he here? Okay. Wow, you're moving so fast, man. Let's find him. Okay, tap yes, is you able. Basically going ahead and finding his area. So now I can, yes, I can go ahead and attack him, but of course he's always moving. Okay, can you stand still for a second, guy? Okay, come on. Come on. Okay, no. There we go. And we can damage him and stuff. Of course. Okay, we do have some errors. Don't worry about that. We'll go ahead and fix them in the next episode. But we have the AI already working, and so on. Of course, for the combat, we have to tune in a lot of things that, of course, he will not just run away, and so on. But that's it, guys. If you found the tutorial helpful, I would really appreciate you like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials, so go ahead and check them out. Join my Discord server. You can put any questions that you have, or share your progress with the series or with any games that you have, and also follow me on my socials as Twitter and Instagram. So in the next episode, we'll go ahead and continue with the AI system. We'll make sure that he can detect you with some palm sensing stuff. For now, it will be only for vision, and then he will be starting to chase you. Okay. So with that said, if you have any question, go ahead and drop it in the comments or in the Discord server. And now, yes, with that said, like the video, subscribe, and bye bye. What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and the advanced AI. So in the last episode we made that our enemy can patrol around our level. So in today's video we're gonna make that he can detect us or really any actor at all, and then he will start to chase that target actor, and then when he loses it he will go back into patrolling. It's gonna be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is go into our AI folder and open up our BP_AI controller. So remember, it isn't the blueprint actor itself, it is the AI controller when we go ahead and run the behavior tree. So what we have to do in here is add a component that will give the AI the ability to detect objects via sight, hearing, and so on. So it's going to be the AI perception that you can see here, AI perception. Just hit enter, and then we'll have some values over here that we can start touching. So the first thing we have to do is go into the senses config and then just add a sense. And in this case, we will start with the AI sight. Okay, so for now, we will only make that our AI can see us, okay, by his eyes, of course, and his angle of vision and sight radius and so on. Later on in the series, we might, go into distractions with hearing and stuff, but for now, it will stay only with the sight. So really, we can start, changing values here. And for me, I'm gonna pretty much leave everything as default, for now. As the series will go, we'll touch the values so we can get a better gameplay and so on. But really, the set radius, you can touch it, they lose radius, the angle vision that he has, and so on. Now I think that we have to do yes is go into the detection by affiliation and tick enable all the three here. This is because the AI perception is more made into C++, and when you go and experiment with it in blueprints, it does kind of break sometimes. So to avoid any issues, we must tick the 3, because we'll basically detect if it's an enemy or a friend or whatever via our own system. Okay, so we will not be using that. But that's pretty much what we need in the component wise. So now we need to start basically adding on the logic. So we can go down over here and we'll see this event, which is on target perception update. So let's click the plus button and we'll have a new event over here. So basically when our AI will see a new target, it will call this event with the new actor and the stimulus. So what we want to do is get the stimulus and then say get sense class for stimulus. Okay, and then let's put this over here. Let's put this down. There we go. And then we're gonna get this and do it is equal to, and then we're gonna search for AI sense site. So don't mistake this with the AI sense config site. It is only the AI sense site. Now, if for some reason later on when we test it, it doesn't work, maybe you can try to change it into that one, but this one should be the one, okay? So now we can just get this and make a branch over here and just plug this in. So this will just make sure that it is basically seeing an actor that has that is, for example, our player or an enemy, and we'll basically add a specific component, which is the stimulus, into our actors that we want our AI to detect. Okay, so we'll see that later on. But basically, it's just checking if it's an actor that we want to be able to detect, right? So from that, what we can do is just get the stimulus and then go ahead and break it. And then we can expand this and we could check that it has successfully sensed it. So just go and do another branch and plug it on the onto over here. And for that, what we can do is just continue over here. So really what we want to do now is go and set a blackboard variable. So maybe you're going ahead and saying, what is a blackboard value? Well, let me just compound save, go into our blackboard here, and you'll see that we pretty much have a list of variables. And I think I explained it in the last episode, but just in case, right now, of course, we only have one, which is the default one that comes. But if I go into the behavior tree, that I don't know why. Can open. And there we go. We'll be able to get the blackboard variables and then which are called keys. And then use them in our sequence in order to detect, decide if we go into a sequence or another one. So in a few seconds after this, we'll create the sequence of the chasing, and then with our blackboard, we'll have a actor variable. So if our actor variable is assigned, so there's a target to go, we will go into the chase. If not, we'll go into the sequence. Okay, so it's pretty much just variables in order to connect with our behavior tree. So what we can do is just go and say right click, get Blackboard, and because this is the AI controller, we can directly just access the Blackboard. And then we have this variable which is set value, and then we're gonna say as object. Okay, what is it here? So basically our variable will be as object. So actually we need to go back into the Blackboard and then create this new variable. So just press new key and it's going to be type object, and let's say that's going to be the target actor, right? And now with that said, we can just save it and go back here. The thing is that from our Blackboard, we cannot just directly say get target actor like we would do with other classes and blueprints and stuff. In this way, we have to use this universal node. So now in here we say make literal name, and we can basically put our actor name, so well, variable name, sorry, so we can just copy and paste it so it's the same. And then in here we just have to pass the new value, which in this case will be this actor that we have just detected. Now let me just double click and put it up here so it will be a bit more organized. There we go. Like this works pretty good for me. So basically we are just setting this variable with the actor that we have just detected, right? And then we're gonna do another thing because maybe we have not detected another actor, or we have lost or how you say in English sight of that actor. So we can do it here in the two branches of files. What we can do is just get this, for example, and well, actually let me just copy this to notes. So copy the Blackboard and the value, paste it, put it here. Here, and then you just put this here, and then the key name, actually we have to copy that too, so copy and paste and plug that there, and we're gonna leave the object value as empty. So basically it will set the actor target value to empty, so we will not be detecting any more enemies in both of the cases. So plugging in the both of files into here, right? Because we have loose radius or site or whatever. So go into files, so we won't want to do anything else, and that's pretty much it. So we can just get this and say well, basically detect and chase target. Okay, that will work for us. So now we can basically go and move on into our behavior tree and add the sequence and stuff. So let's go up here into our third-person map, and in the content browser, let's open our behavior tree, and we have to get started adding our new sequence. So let's just go and get the selector and create a new sequence, and then we can rename this into the let's say the chase target sequence, right? And then what we can do here is go and start creating our new task or whatever we need. So let's go and create a new task over here, and now because we already have created the other variable, we can also like make a child for it, but I prefer just doing it from the blueprint base, and then we can go into the site the tasks variable, and then call this exactly the same. So bt underscore task underscore, and then in this case it will be chase target, and then we can hit enter, and there we go. So now it is pretty much what we did with the other one, with the patrol one from the last episode. So we just want to go into functions and then receive execute AI, and this will basically just begin. It's like the begin play of the task, and then we need the finish execute, and then for now it's just tick it on success. So on here what we're going to do is just go and get the control pound, and then do AI move to the second one here. Sorry, no, that one no. AI move to. Okay, AI move to this one. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but let's plug in the control pawn, put this here, and then basically on success, pretty much like we did the other time, this on true, and then in fail, remember to untick success and plug it here, so it will be false. And then the destination, we will leave it empty because we're gonna plug in a target actor. Okay, basically if we don't have a destination but we have a target actor, it will directly just go into the actor. In our case, we want to get that target actor from a blackboard. So again, it is not like all our classes and blueprints. We just right click and say get what was the name, target actor that we created. Okay, you're gonna do that. What we have to do is a bit different. We have to create a new variable, and which will be a blackboard key. So this will be basically our target actor itself. So I just go ahead and name this target actor, and then we go into the type, and it's gonna be a blackboard key selector. So now we can compile, and if we get this, we can just drag it and say get, and then we can say get blackboard value, and then it will be as object. So again, it's like a universal variable which we'll set from later on. It's not as normal classes. And then we have to go into the eye and make it pop up, okay? Because this will mean that it's public, like we did with the other task, and we can assign our variables here with it. So it's very important, okay? Now from here, what we can do is go and cast to the class actor, okay, the default one from Unreal Engine. And with that, we will be able to get the basically the location and position. So let's go ahead and put this over here neatly. So as actor, what we're going to do is just go and actually we can just plug it here. Yeah, there we go. So that will do the job. And again, we can leave the distance to 0 because it will actually only have a target actor to go. And now in the acceptance radius, again, we can just right click, promote to variable, and this will be the stop distance. So basically when it gets too close into the target, it will stop. And let's make it public into the eye. I'm gonna change it into around 100 because it will be a bit better. And that's pretty much it for the test. So we can just compound save, go back into our behavior tree, and then we can just go and add that chase task here, and then basically that should be it. Now of course, if we now go and press play, nothing will happen in that terms, okay, because as I mentioned before, it might be already detecting the variable, sorry, the player, but it is not passing it through here because first of all we haven't not passed the variables, and then also we have the parallel sequence as a higher priority because I explained in the last episode the ones in the left will have more priority than the ones in the right because it goes from left to right, up to down. Okay, so now it is time to start applying our variables. So let's go into the chase target task, and the variable target actor will be target actor. Very important. Okay, and the stop distance we can just look at that. Basically, we just selecting the variable that we created earlier, which we're filling from behind. So that should be it in terms of that. Of course, like I just mentioned, this has priority, so this will never happen. So in order to happen, we need some decorators. So first of all, we're gonna place this guy into higher priority because basically it has a lower chance of happening. So it will happen, it will kind of always happen. Now you will see that when I press play, it will still not do anything, and this is because of many reasons. Okay, I'll explain them in a second, but let's go into the decorators real quick. So a decorator will allow us to kind of make decisions in these sequences. So let's go into the chase target sequence, right click, add decorator, and then there are a lot of different types. But the ones from the Blackboard variables keys are this one. So let's select Blackboard. We can go into the Blackboard based condition, and then we have different options here, and we are gonna make sure that our variable target actor is set. So if it's set, we'll go into the sequence because basically we have a target to go to. But if not, we'll go into the other one. Now quickly, we're gonna go into the notify observer and leave this as on result change, but go into the observer board and tell this into self. So basically, if this variable changes, it will go and leave this whole branch and go up into sector and then this side. Now in the patrol sequence, right click, add decorator, Blackboard, pretty much again, then make sure that is not self target actor. So basically the opposite, and again, make this on self. So now you will see that still it might not go ahead and detect us, and we'll just continue with this. This because right now it's not detecting our player because we need one thing. So let me go ahead and show you what we need in order to make sure that this is happening. So what we need is a specific component. So let's go into our third person blueprint, third person character blueprint. Okay, so this is our player, right? And what we need is a specific component. So let's go ahead and search perception stimuli source. Hit enter, and this is the component that will allow our enemies and AIs to detect. So first of all, very important, go into the auto register a source and take it, and then go and add a sense, and in this case will be sight, of course. And that's it. We don't have to do anything more. We can just compile and save. Now it might not be the case, but maybe when we press play, well, there we go, it's seeing us. Okay, yeah, it was working. So now there's a very important thing that I can mention right now. Also, you can see that is lost our radius, so let's go back in patrolling. But if I go and pass like that, it should detect us. Now, okay, so it is happening a bit, I think. So as you can see, okay, it is kind of doing weird things. For example, it stopped randomly, so on, and this is because we are having a problem over here, and is that by default Unreal Engine is getting all the pawns and passing them as a stimuli source. So we had to actually do something into our default game configuration in files in order to change this. And I know it sounds a bit weird, but basically our AI will always detect all the of this by the AI perception, even though they don't have the stimuli source, which will just break things. Okay, so what we have to do is go into the file. So what we can do is just click on any folder in the content browser and say where is it, show in Explorer, and this will open up the the browser. So we can just go into the project root, and we can just go into the configuration folder, and then you will find this default game ini file. So let's go ahead and double click on it, and it will open as a notepad. If not, you can just go ahead and right click and open up with the notepad application. And then what we want to do is go and paste what I'm gonna leave in the description. Let's go ahead and copy this, and then what to do is go here, leave a space, and paste it. And there we go. Basically, just getting the module of the AI sense of the site, and then making the all parallel sources false. Now what we're going to do is Ctrl S or whatever you have to save it, close it, close again this, and then we have to restart our editor. So let's go ahead and do so. So just go ahead and close it. Okay, so my project is open again, and now if we were to press play, it will only detect us, and it will be more smoother, as you can see. Now it is not being interrupted. The thing is that before it was also detecting that guy, and it was kind of breaking because there were two at the same time, and it just went. But now it only has one, and it's gone. Now of course you can see that he reaches us, he stops, and then continues, like lagging a bit. This is because his velocity is a bit higher than mine. So what we can do is just go into the pawn itself. Alright, the blueprint actor, and open it. We can just go into AI, BP AI. I want to open up. This is the actor itself, where it has the model and stuff. We can just go into the actor model component and change this. Now I don't know which velocity I had, so let me quickly check in my third-person character blueprint. So we had basically max walk speed of 500. So let's go into the AI and put him on 450. So it's a bit less than us, okay? Just a bit less. And of course, you can customize this as you want, but it's just making sure that he will not always reach us and it's like breaking. You can see now it's way smoother. Of course, when he reaches us, he will stop. And then here later on, we'll do that. He will attack us and stop. Now, of course, this is right now the generic behavior tree of AIs in general, right? They have this two right now sequences where we can go into the patrol or chase, okay? basically the most generic, simple thing in the world. And as we go in the series, we'll have different kind of, let's say, behavior trees, branches, or childs, right? We'll basically have one for the soldiers. We'll basically kind of make this into more of a combat look like, right? We'll basically be able to attack when he reaches us, maybe be able to distract him, all this stuff, guard the area with a path certain on, and then we'll have another one for bosses, right? We'll have another one which they will just go and have a sort of different behavior of more of a boss for each level. Well, each level, no, of each kind of area in our open world map that we'll have later on in the series, Assassin's Creed Origins, where you can find this kind of temples or ruins, you know, with guards warding it and then a boss in the center. You get the idea, right? Of course, this is totally up to you, but this is the series that I'm shaping, right? And yes, we'll also have civilians, so pretty much we can just leave the patrol side from them, just with the generic. I never set the perception, but we'll see as we go. But this is basically the base of the behavior tree, and it will grow. Now, this is really basics of it. There's nothing crazy going on here, but as we go more in the series, hopefully we'll get into more detail and stuff. So hopefully in the next episode, we'll begin with the soldier kind of branch and being able, making our enemy be able to attack us, right? When he reaches and gets close to us. And a cool thing I'm gonna show you real quick is that when we press the key right next to the 0, which is like a comma, and we go and select 3 in the keypad, should be able to do so. I don't know, 4. There we go. We can see our perception. And you can see, well, the AS perception. And you can kind of see how it's looking really cool. I don't know. I really like to kind of see the book title and things like that. You can see that when I kind of get behind him. If I there we go. You can see that he goes back into patrolling because he is lost sight of me. Of course, right now his vision is very low. It's like 90 degrees, something like that. So you know. You can experiment with that, but as the series go, I will put him with my values. Right now I can just go behind him, as you can see, and he just stops me, but this is because of his radius and stuff, so we can change that. So that's it, guys. If you found this video helpful, I really appreciate you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials, so go ahead and check them out. Join the Discord server so you can go ahead and, you know, put any questions that you have, or share your progress with the series or with any game at all. And with all that said, bye-bye. What's up, guys? Welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and the advanced AI. So we will be making that when our enemy reaches us, I guess like at a certain point, he will start to attack us. And if not, he will continue to chase us or patrol whatever he decides. It's going to be a very easy build to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is go into our AI Blackboard. So let's go into the AI folder that we have and open up our Blackboard. And what we're going to do is go ahead and create a new key variable. So let's go ahead and say new key. It's going to be Boolean, and it's going to be in attack range. Now, the things that later on we may have a ranged attack and so on. So this might not work for us. So maybe we can put in melee attack range so we know it's for the melee attacks. So yeah, of course in this episode we will only be setting up the melee attack. So we just have to create this value here, so we can just save, and now we can just close and go into our behavior tree. So now what we have to do is go and set up a kind of a service, which is, I'm gonna explain in a second, but it's like a type of task that it doesn't have its own kind of individual node in here and a branch. It's just directly attached to the sequence. You will see it in a second, but what we have to do is use that to get our current distance from, well, the enemy, which is the one controlling the behavior tree, to the actor or target that is chasing. So what we need to do is go up here into the new service, okay? And now what we can do is just create a new folder called services, because we may have more in the future, we'll see. And we're gonna kind of get the same kind of structure that we have with the other ones, which is bt underscore task.done. So in this case, it will be bt underscore service, and then this will just be get distance to target, right? This will work for us. To target. There we go. So now we can just go into services. So bt underscore servers get distance to target, and now with that we can just save it, and it should go ahead and open. Just wait a few seconds, and yeah, when it's opened, there you go. We can start doing our things. So we go into the functions. We can again override. And in this case, it's a bit different than with normal tasks. We have the receive activation AI. So this one's going to use, and this is pretty much the same thing as just going ahead and using the receive execute AI, but the services are not executed as normal tasks. They're basically just activated or deactivated. You will see what I mean in a second when we actually place them in the behavior trees, but they're called via this receive activation AI, which is exactly the same. It's the begin play of this service. So here what we want to do is just get the control pawn and say get distance, if I know how to type, to, and then here we can just plug in another actor. In this case, we want to plug in our target. So what we can do is go into variables and create the target. So as you may know, we have already created a target variable key for the blackboard in the past, so we can detect our enemy and chase him. So again, like I mentioned before, there has to be a blackboard key selector in order to be able to access the variables and keys from the blackboard. It's a bit different from normal classes and blueprints. So now we can use compound and make sure that the eye is open, so we can go ahead and have public. So from the services and nodes, we can go ahead and select it. So in here we can just grab it and say get, and then say get object, get blackboard values object. So now we are basically getting that object itself. And now we cannot directly plug it in, the things that we have to cast to it. So we have to go ahead and say cast to the actor class, the generic Unreal Engine actor class, like we did with the chasing. And that's it. We can now just go and this over here, yes, this over here, and this over here. So basically it will return the distance that we have into that actor. And then what we want to do is just make this, if it's less or equal than our current melee attack distance, right, that we set up in the blackboard over here, which is in melee attack range. So we're going to create a new variable. In this case, just right click, actually not, just create a new variable from here.
Should hopefully release in a few months.
Damage.
And then it's also integrated into the X system.
No. Okay, I don't know how to type today. Damage, again, I don't know how to type today. There we go. Again, it's going to be another blackboard key. We're just going to go ahead and get it, but this time it will be a get value as was float. Sorry, bool. Oh yeah, sorry. We actually don't. Okay, I confused myself in a second. This actually doesn't have to be a blackboard key, because this is just going to be, you know, basically set over here. For example, in our chase target, like we did with the stop distance. So sorry about that, the confusion for a moment. Just right click and promote variable. Change this to be the melee attack distance, and that's it. I confused with the now that we have to set up the if it's in that range or not. So now in here we do go ahead and create a new blackboard key variable, and this will be is in range. Okay, and again, all these variables have to be with the eye open, so we can access them from the behavior tree nodes. And we're gonna just get the is in range, and then in here we're gonna set value as bool, because in here we now have to go ahead and set it. And here we can just go ahead and plug it in. So basically, if it's true, it will mark it as true. If false, it will mark it as false. So there we go. This is exactly what we want. And with that, we don't have to basically add a finish node, because it's not like a normal task that has a basically execute and finish. This is like always happening pretty much. So we can just leave it like that. And if there's no actor attached, it will just don't do anything. So basically great. Actually, just making sure what we can do is just hardcode it to be set as false, because basically we don't have any actor, so there's no way that we are in range with it. So just making sure, just in case things break, right? So with that said, we can go into the BT AI, the behavior tree. And now what we have to do is now what I was going to explain about services a bit different. Instead of going ahead and adding our task, now what we do is go into a sequence or selector. In this case, it will be our chase a target sequence, because we only want really to update this while we are chasing a target. And we just right click and add the service and the one that we have just created, which is the service get distance to target. It's a big chunk here that has, but it's a bit ugly, but it's what we have to do. And on here, we'll have to change, as of course, the variables. So the target will be for the target actor variable that we have from the backboard.
Oh, man.
And then the is in range.
That knife's on my plate, man.
I know,
like,
but it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up where I know I've asked you a couple times, like, this bullshit, right?
I will see
but
how
like,
I'm not working on one.
You're not working on it.
I'm not working on a
Okay, so now that will be basically getting the values and updating them into the backboard. So actually we can test this, so we can just print right after that this distance here, just to see. So now if I were to press play, you can see that now it detected me and it's printing up there the values, as you can see, and it's only happening while he's chasing me. So if I were to to distract him, and he goes, there we go, there's no more going ahead and happening. So this will only happen while he's chasing us, so exactly what we want. Alright, so now we can move on into our attack task. So, the actual task that will basically execute all the attacking code. So I'm gonna make this a bit better, just put this here, making more space like this. Alright, so basically we have to create a new task. So again, like always, new task from the normal blueprint base, and then inside tasks, it's gonna be bt underscore task underscore, and this will be just attack target. And now we just hit enter, and there we go, here we have it. And as always, we're gonna go into functions, receive execute AI, select the behavior, begin play, of the behavior trees, and then finish execute. And then on success ticked on. There we go. So now in here, what we have to do is go and display all the attack information and stuff. And on here, the cool thing is that we will not need to go ahead and check that we are in range and things like that, because we will manage that outside right in the actual behavior tree nodes. So you'll see what I mean when we actually get into it. But in here, we don't have to check if we're in range and stuff from the blackboard. We can directly just execute it because we'll manage that outside. So in here, what we have to do is basically just call from the actor the attack animation, the traces, and so on. So in today's episode, we'll only go ahead and get the animation working, and the next episode we'll finish up like actually dealing damage, okay? But basically what we would normally do is go ahead and cast to the BP AI that we have right in the level. But the thing is that imagine that you want to add this behavior tree into another actor that is not that BP underscore AI, another blueprint, right? For example, we create another soldier or boss, it's another blueprint. This will break because it's not that object. So what we can do is create an interface for that. So in AI, just right click, go into blueprints, and create a blueprint interface. BPI underscore, and this really could be AI underscore behavior trees. And this is where I want to be in uppercase. And then here's where we're gonna go ahead and manage basically all the calls between the actor and the behavior trees. So now let's open this, and the new function is gonna be attack. Enter, compile, save, we can close it, that's it. So now in the control panel, what we can do is just implement interface, and if it implements the interface that we have just created, which is BPI behavior trees, branch here, we can now just go and get here and do the attack function that we have just created. So now it doesn't matter whatever blueprint is getting this behavior tree from, it will attack, and it will not break also. And here what we can do is just plug in the finish execute to success. But let's copy, let's disable the success, and let's plug in the false on here. So basically, for example, if it doesn't have the interface, it will basically mark as a fail, and we just not a success, but if so, it will success and go there, if you understand it. So now with that said, really that's pretty much what we have to do in terms of this task. So now let's move on here. I'm going to go back into the chase target sequence. And on here, let's go ahead and add our attack target task. The thing is that on here, what we have to do is make sure that this is happening at the same time that we are chasing our target. And then also that this is only happening if, well, the distance to the target is basically, immediate attack range, right? So what we can do is go in this task, right click, and add a decorator from the backboard as we did before. And again, it's going to be very similar to the other one if we have a target selected. So let's go back here. And in this case, the blackboard key will be immediate range, and it's set. And for the other stuff, we won't have to do anything, and we can just do it like that. Now, what I was saying before about this happening at the same time, what we can do is the simple parallel node, and this will contain a main task and then a secondary task. So in this case, our main task will be the chase target. and then our secondary task will be our attack node. So basically these tasks will basically function on the same time pretty much, but we have to make a change. So in simple parallel, we have to change the finish mode to delayed. So basically this will just make sure that even though the main task finishes, it will complete the second task. So basically our attack range will not, attack event will not be interrupted or something like that, right? So with that said, that's pretty much what we have to do. And now we are ready to test it out. But of course, we have to add the attack logic in the BPAI. So let's go ahead and quickly open this up. And in this case, like I said, we are going to make it simple, just adding an attack animation. So quickly, we have to go into class settings and add the interface, of course. So in here, it's going to be the BPI behavior trees. And you'll see that in interfaces, we have the attack. So just double click here and then we can create it. So then basically when we call this, this will execute whatever is in here. In this case, we're going to keep it simple. It's going to get the mesh, the character mesh, and then say play montage. In this case, we're going to just play a random attack montage. For example, I guess the attack 1. Now, there's something that we may need to control, and let me explain it in a second. So for the demonstration, I'm just going to press play. He comes, and then you can see that he's attacking. But he's like very bugged, and like almost tripping, and things that the attack event or tasks is basically being called multiple times. So it's like call. So it's basically interrupting the previous animation that was playing. So what we need to do is add a delay. So a great thing will be to just go ahead and add a delay here. But the thing is that we would know, well, we'll need to know the animation length. And if we change it from here, we'll then have to come back and change it. So what we can do, instead of doing that, is go delete this event that we have just created and the interface event here too. Okay, go ahead and delete it. Actually, sorry, we have to first of all get rid of it. So go here, behavior trees, clear it. Say yes, and then in the event graph, yes, not here because we deleted. Okay, so now go back into the behavior tree AI interface. In the attack, we're gonna add an output, and here we're gonna basically have an output of the an animation duration, and this will be a float. So we'll be able to get how, well, basically the length of the animation. So now if we close this, we can go back in here and again add our BPI. And I mean, today I don't know how to spell. There we go. Now in attack, double click, and now in this case it will be in a separate function because it's basically returning something. So now we can just go ahead and Control X these nodes and just make some space. Pasted. And oh yeah, so basically we cannot go ahead and say play montage like this, and this is because the function doesn't allow delays. So the thing is that That specific node does contain some delays. So what we need to do is use the other node, which is play a nim montage. And this will actually just get us even the length of animation. So great, plug it there and then attack 1. And that's it, compile save. And now in here, this should still be attack. There we go, now we have the animation duration. So in here, we can just say delay and with that specific animation duration and then finish the execute. So now if we go and test this, if we press play, he will come to us and he'll reach us, he will go ahead and attack, and now you can do, oh, okay, so that was an error from the collisions, but now when he gets near us, he will attack and complete the animation. You can see he's hitting us, but of course there's no logic of hitting us. This is because the mesh collider is, the collisions are basically colliding. Don't worry, we'll resolve that, of course, in the next episode, but you get the idea. This is completely working. Continue, he will continue to chase. And yeah, this is basically going ahead and working correctly, so pretty damn cool. And of course, he will continue to go into patrolling if he loses us, and so on. So that's it, guys. If you found this tutorial helpful, I really appreciate you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials, so go ahead and check them out. Join my Discord server so you can basically share progress with the series or any games that you have right now. And also go, oh my god, he's coming. And also put any questions that you have about the RPG series or in general of Unreal Engine. With that said, bye bye. What's up, guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and the advanced AI. So today we'll be setting up the attack combo system for the AI. So in the last episode we made that when he reaches our destination, it will start to attack us, but we just placed a random attack animation that we had repeatedly because it was just temporary. But today, let's go ahead and make it more dynamic by adding its combo system, just like we did with the player. This is going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing that we're going to do is go ahead and go into blueprints and open up the attack system from the player. And yes, you guessed it, we're going to be be actually just going ahead and reusing our existing combo system that we made for our player. So let's go ahead and now also open up in the AI folder the BP AI. So basically the blueprint for AI. Don't mistake this again with the AI controller. It is the blueprint actor itself, the one that has dimension, all this stuff. So let's go ahead and go a bit down, and basically we're gonna paste our of a code here. So yeah, we're gonna literally go ahead and copy and paste. Why will we do this again if it's exactly what we need, right? So let's go ahead and you select all of the combo system, as you can see. So basically the attack input, the sword attack with the switch over here, the combo continue, the stop combo and attack, and then all of the different attacks. Okay, so for now we are not gonna be copying the sword traits or the sphere traits and the sounds. For now it's going to be just the core of the animations and the system. So with that said, we can just Ctrl C, and then we go into our BPI. We can just go into a random space in our event graph and just go ahead and Ctrl V, and then you will get basically this pop-up where it will ask basically what you want to do with the custom events. And basically we can say do nothing in all of them, and you say confirm. And now if we get closer, there it is. Now you will see that indeed we have some errors over here, and basically this is just a thing of copying and pasting with other blueprints and the calls from the custom events. It's just a bit of what it is, but basically you just have to remove this and then just call again the attack one event, for example. So we'll be here and do the same with the rest of ones. So here it will be attack 2, and then with the other one it's like basically the call basically just breaks and you have to kind of add the node again. It's what we had to do basically. Attack 4, and that's it. There we go. So now we have a calls there, and then here is the sword attack. If I know how to type correctly, there you go. Sword attack, not the combo. Okay, don't mistake this. Has to be exactly the one that was before. In the can attack, you can see it's like empty. This is because the variable has not been created. So right click, say create variable, and then let's compile and select can attack and make this true by default, okay? Because we need to be able to, well, the AI enemy has to be able to attack from the start, so make sure you take that. And then in save attack, again, right click, create attack, and then in here, create variable once again. If we compile, you'll see again it's updating, everything is resolved. In stop combo, again here, stop combo, put it here. It's basically just copying everything from here and integrating it into our AI blueprint. Again, in the attack index created, and then with that you will see some errors in the meshes. We can just go and get our normal mesh, okay, from our AI. Let's put it here. You can just basically put it over, not in the text, but right in the in the box where it doesn't kind of highlight, and then you can just drag it and it will replace it. And with that, I should be able to compile, and we should not have any errors. There we go. Great, created. So in the can attack variable, make sure that it is on. This is very important. And then with the other ones, you can just leave them by default, just disabled, and the attack index at 0. Okay, but make sure that the can attack is true. Very important, because if not, it will not attack. It will be like it's broken. What is happening? And it will take 2 hours to find the issue. It's just it didn't check this. So make sure that that's on. All right. So now of course we have to use this. So I'm gonna get rid of this input because I mean, the AI will not be controlled by us. It will be controlled by yourself, by the behavior tree. So let's make a new custom event, and this will be the sword attack combo, and let's just make it call from behavior trees from BT. Okay, it's a long name, but it will just make sure that it's distinct from the other ones because we have already like sword attack combo, and I just don't want to confuse. So it's going to be clear that it is the one that we're going to call. For now, we have to go into our interface, the attack interface that we did in the last episode, and now we can just delete this because we are not going to use it anymore. And we can just go ahead, do this, and then say the sword attack combo call from BT. Just pass it here. Now, of course, right now we will not have the animation duration. Don't worry, we can just put 0.4 for now, and you'll see that that value will work pretty nicely as a delay between the animations. You can play with this setting later on, but yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much what we need. But now you will see that if we press play, he will come. He will attack with the combo system, but he will stop. The reason is that we have to still set up some things in the name notify. So as you know, our system from the player for the combo system works with a name notifies. Okay, if you don't remember, we'll just revise it in a second. But basically, this event is being called, and it's very important. So let's go into one of the attack montages. It's pressed in the browse button here, and it will take us into the animation in the content browser. And we just need to open up the sword combo next. Name notify. Basically, let me just recover what was the name notify, just in case you don't remember. Basically, we are just adding this kind of event over here where the animation gets into here. It will call whatever is in here and execute it. And basically, that's what we're doing. But you can see that we have a different thing over here, and it's that before we're using the third-person character, well, now we have to also do it for AI. So just go ahead and do so. So what we can do is do it in the cast failed, because that will mean that it is not the third-person character. I can just do cast to BP_AI. Make sure it is BP_AI, not the animation blueprint, something like that. Remember to plug in the get owner here. We can just double click to make the road a bit nicer. And then we just need to get this and do the sword attack combo. Okay, remember it has to be the sword attack combo, exactly like this one. And just put this over here in the return node, and that should be great. Now we can just compile and save. And now if we press play, you can see that now it should do all the combo successfully. It will do this, and do that. Now it did launch me in the air. We'll fix the collisions in a second, but you get the idea. Everything is going ahead and working. Now we do have to make it in one more place. So just close this, go back here, and we need to do it with the combo end. So in here, we just need the receive notify, and then again, exactly the same in the cast. We just need to cast now to the cast fail. Sorry, we had to cast to the BP AI. So again, remember, it's not the ABP AI. Don't make that mistake. It is the BP AI, the blueprint stuff. Again, get toner here. We can just double click to reroute it, so it's a bit nicer. And then again, this will be the instead of the attack combo, this will be the stop combo, because of course this is the stop combo and notify. Compile and save, and that should be it. So now we can close this, and everything should be fine. So it will attack us. Okay, yeah, you can see it's doing the combo there. Let's go ahead and actually go and fix the issue that we're having, which is the basically collisions, right? So let's go into the AI, and if we go into the mesh over here, you'll see that we have a few properties. Basically, you see that this is set by physics body, and this is basically and the collision enabled by querying physics. Basically, this was set up originally for the ragdoll, but right now we actually don't really need that. So what we can do, well, of course, it's not ragdolling. So what we can do is change the collision enabled to be query only, no physics collision, and you will see, well, that should be fixed, as you can see. Okay, no, okay, sorry about that. Just put directly no collision. Okay, it will still collide with us with the capsule component, but it will not launch us in the air. You can see it's exactly what we want. But of course, when we die, we have to remember to check it into query and physics. So just go into the event graph, and we're gonna go into the where he dies. So in the event any damage, using here that where's yeah, he plays all that, and then we decrease health. And if it's dead, the player will do all this stuff. But first of all, before setting the simulate physics, which is the ragdoll, we're gonna put it back. So just get the mesh and set collision. Was set object that responds to channels, maybe it was? No, sorry about that. No, it wasn't. Set collision object type, and we can just set it back to physics body, and that should kind of fix it, because it should override it. So actually we can put it even just in normal power. All right. It's gonna quickly check. There's another one. Set object type. Let's see if there was no. Okay, no. So that should be fine. I mean, let's go ahead and quickly test it. So what we can do is just go into the his health component and put the current health to be like 2. And with that, he should go ahead and if I hit him, he should die. Okay, yes, okay, so we got some errors because we did not fully integrate the health system into him. So don't worry, we'll check that later on, but it should be fine. Okay, so don't worry about that yet. but it should be resolved, okay? So of course now it can attack us. Now let's quickly go ahead and give him a sword because it makes more sense, right? So let's go ahead and add him a static mesh. There we go, and this will be his sword, and make sure it is child of the mesh itself, of course. And then this has to be the sword model that we have, and of course we have the socket that we created, which is the Hunt our sword, and then it will be perfectly placed there. And make sure that the collision is set to no collision because we don't want to have collisions with our sword. Now you go here, you can see he is attacking with our sword and everything is working great. He's doing the combo, right? And then of course when he stops with the combo, he'll you can see that he has a problem and he is going ahead and continuing to attack constantly. So you're probably wondering, why is this happening? Why is he staying on a loop? And as you can see, if we pay attention, the prints that we have for our servers to calculate the distance have stopped working. And the reason is that, well, let's go into our AI behavior tree real quick. So we have the servers here going on, right? And we have this print on here right at the end, so we can see the distance. And you can see that right now when we start chasing, you can see the prints are appearing. But as soon as kind of I book him out and kind of go, and then go apart, the prints will stop working, but he is stuck on this. So what is happening? And this is also an error that a lot of you were having in the last episode where we actually set up the servers and stuff in the attack, right? So what is happening is, if we go inside of the servers, is that, well, I basically made the mistake of making this an event receive activation AI. And the thing is that this will only trigger like once every time it's activated and so on. But actually, this is not what we want. We want always to be calculating the distance. So what we need to do is use an event tick. So we can go up here into the functions, go into override, and then go into the receive tick AI. And with that, we can do exactly the same, but all the time, which is what we want. So we just get this and put it into the cast actor node, and then get the controlled pawn and put it into the target node. And then we can go ahead and delete this one because now we don't need it. And we can just put our tick AI there. So make sure that the control pawn is connected to the target here and the other actor into there. Okay, so with that, you will see that now this is fixed. So if I press play, he will start to attack me in the combo stuff. And once I go, he will stop and then go back to go ahead and chase me. So basically everything is right now fixed. And you can see that the prints will always be happening whenever he's in the chase mode. And of course, if I distract him, I'm gonna go back, he will go back into his patrolling and the prints will stop and he will continue, and then of course his system again will continue. So basically that is now fixed. That was the error that we were having. Sorry about that. So you guys, some of you guys comment me through Discord that basically your AI kept attacking. So this was the problem, and there we go. So now you can see we have this working. He can attack. So let's go ahead and quickly set up the traces so he can basically do some damage to us, and that will basically conclude this episode, and we can move on into some things later on in the episode as well, in the next episode. So this will be the last thing we'll do today. So let's quickly go into the VP AI. We can close this both things. We can go into the event graph, and actually, yeah, we can leave that there. And the event graph, and we will need to do exactly what we did with our player character for the line traces, right? So again, what we can do, you just go into the blueprints and you will see that we have the sphere trace and sword trace. And actually what we want to do is remove his kick, because honestly I do think that it doesn't really match in his AI kind of system. Let me put this in the middle so you can see a bit better. I don't think it really fits in. Maybe in the future we can make it better, but his kick is not what I really want. And the kick is attack 3. So what I can do is go in here and just get really attack 3 out, like so, and then just plug in directly attack 4, and then just go and put here, where is it, remove pin any 3, and that's it. And now he will only go ahead and execute 3 attacks without the kick, so you can see like this and like this, and then he will continue doing so as always, or go back. I just found it a bit dynamic. Of course, you can add it back. It will still be here, but we are not using. So let me just put a comment here. not using at the moment. So we can have a little note. Let's put it this enter in between parentheses, and it just, because the thing is that the key is very unique and we need this sphere trace and so on, and just, yeah, no, we're gonna make it a bit more dynamic. All right, so now once again, we will need the sort trace. Well, basically you use the notify. So again, let's go ahead and open this, go into the notify begin, and in the cast field, we'll do the same that we did with the combo start and begin. We'll do it with the cast to BP underscore AI. Again, make sure it's the BP, not the ABB, it's the BP AI. Connect this into the owner. We can double click to reroute it, put it here, and then do the star sort trace. Now, of course, we have not created the star sort trace in the BP AI, so let's go ahead and do so. So open out the player stats component. Sorry, not the player stats, the text system. And as we did with the other thing of this, well, now we need to copy this, basically, right? And I believe that we need to copy also the play sound. So basically, just get all of this and just copy again. Why would we do this again if we have it already and it's exactly what we need, right? It's logic. And again, here, this will just confirm this, put this down here. And then the only thing that we have to do is go here, delete this, and then say play sword hit sounds, and then plug it again, and we will not have any errors with there. Now we do need to plug in the sword top point and the bottom point. So what we can do is just open up our third person character and copy its exact points, because they're beautifully set up. So you can see them here. So we can just go ahead and copy top point and bottom points. So if we copy both, select both, Ctrl C, go into the AI, and then in the sword, Ctrl V, put them inside. Now the thing is that basically the transformation was broken, so we can go, for example, select the top point, go into the third person character, select the top point, and then we can just go into the location, right click, copy, and go in here, and then right click and paste. Now it's in the right location. And actually we don't need the rotation, so we can just go directly into the bottom point, location, copy, and paste. In the other one, I basically made it so it also has a beautiful. Did I not paste it? Oh, sorry, it's in the it's in the location. I did it because it looks a bit nicer, but it doesn't matter. Okay, the rotation doesn't matter; it's just the location. So there we go. Now we have our points. We can close our third person character and also our attack system thing. Go back here, and then we can just delete this, and if we compile, this should be okay. So we just need to drag it here and basically like this, and put it here. Okay, this is what we have to do, but it's okay. Basically, we're just substituting the old points from our player to our AI. So now we compile. We still have some things here, so just right click over here, create the variable, and then if we compile again, that's it. Okay, so that was what we needed. So now we can just go back here and do the start sort trace. And of course, make sure that if you're doing the start sort trace, connect this back to the return node, and then also it was in the begin, right? Because it's start trace. And now let me just copy this to notes, and let's go into the end, and let's do exactly the same, paste it, go into the field here, put the owner here, and in this case it will be instead the stop sword trace, okay? And again, it's connected to return node here, compile and save, and that actually should work. So let me just put this into B for duration, so we can preview the sphere trace going on. And the sounds and everything should work. So if we go here, he'll be doing the trace, as you can see. Great, so everything is working, as you can see. And yeah, we will also need the sphere trace on the tab, as you can see. There we go, it needs the sphere trace also, so let's quickly do that. I know that I said that we would not need it if we had the kick, but I forget that the tab does use it basically. So we can close the sword trace notify and open instead the sphere trace notify. And we can just go and open up the attack system and go and copy the sphere trace stab for kick, right? Copy this, we can now close it, go back to the AI, and just go here and paste it as with the other one. And now we have to do the sphere trace, right, point. So actually, let me open the third-person character again. Sorry about that. And then we can just copy the sphere trace, which is here. Copy and go here into the AI. Just paste it, and it'll be in the exact position. Great. And we can just get the one out. Oh, it's already had that. Okay, so sphere trace pause. And then it's going to Ventic, and then just replace it here, put it here, and put it here. I know that I'm doing the steps a bit quicker, but I need to get through this. But it's basically just replacing some stuff, right? I can now just close the third-person character and go back into the notify of the sphere trace. And again, like we did with the other one, in the cast failed, need to cast to the BP AI. Again, not the ABP, see, it's the blueprint itself, because that's a typical mistake that a lot of people do. And then let's go ahead and plug that in. And then this will be the sphere trace function, well, event that we created, and then plug that into the return node. And now, if we also go and say to preview for duration, and we Ctrl-Shift-S to save everything, make sure that you do that, you will see that now it will happen also for this tab. As you can see, that sphere there is from this tab. So everything is working, and now we just, of course, have to send the damage. So right now the damage is applied for the enemy, which is set to damageable, where our player also needs to be damageable. So basically, we have to now open again the third-person character blueprint, go into the class defaults, search for a tag, and then in the actor tag, basically paste in damageable, which I'm gonna go ahead and just copy and paste because I don't want to make any spell mistakes, because it has to be exactly the same. Make sure it doesn't have any spaces or whatever. And now it should do damage. There we go. It's doing damage to me. You can see we may have to tune in a bit the traces for the enemy, but okay. And it killed me. That's so cool. But you get the idea. Yeah, that's basically it. Sounds and everything. Pretty cool. Alright, so that's it, guys. If you found this tutorial helpful, I will really appreciate you like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials, so go ahead and check them out. Join my Discord server so you can ask any questions about the RPG series or your progress or with games and stuff. And now, yes, with that said, bye bye. What's up, guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and the advanced AI. So today we will be giving the AI the ability to hear and investigate. It's going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is go into our AI folder and open up the AI controller. Again, don't mistake this with the blueprint class actor itself. It's going to be the AI controller. So let's go ahead and open this up. So it's where we go ahead and control the AI perception, the stimulus, the value object, as the actor, etc. So we're going to go into the AI perception component that we basically added, and in the last episode when we did the chasing. And the thing is that now we only have the ability, well, the AI has the ability to see with this side configuration. But what we can do is now add another configuration, and it's gonna be the hearing configuration. So now if we go ahead and open this, we can change some stuff. And for now, we are not gonna touch anything. What's up, guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RPG series and the advanced AI. So today we'll be setting up the attack combo system for the AI. So in the last episode we made that when he reaches our destination, it will start to attack us, but we just placed a random attack animation that we had repeatedly because it was just temporary. But today, let's go ahead and make it more dynamic by adding his combo system, just like we did with the player. This is going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing that we're going to do is go ahead and go into blueprints and open up the attack system from the player. And yes, you guessed it, we're going to be actually just going ahead and reusing our existing combo system that we made for our player. So let's go ahead and now also open up in the AI folder the BP AI. So basically the blueprint for AI. Don't mistake this again with the AI controller. It is the blueprint actor itself, the one that has dimension and all this stuff. So let's go ahead and go a bit down, and basically we're gonna paste or of a code here. So yeah, we're gonna literally go ahead and copy and paste. Why will we do this again if it's exactly what we need, right? So let's go ahead and you select all of the combo system, as you can see. So basically the attack input, the sword attack with the switch over here, the combo continue, the stop combo and attack, and then all of the different attacks. Okay, so for now we are not gonna be copying the sword traits or the sphere traits and the sounds. For now it's going to be just the core of the animations and the system. So with that said, we can just Ctrl C, and if we go into our BPI, we can just go into a random space in our event graph and just go ahead and Ctrl V, and then you will get basically this pop-up where it will ask basically what you want to do with the custom events. And basically we can say do nothing in all of them and you say confirm. And now if we get closer, there it is. Now you will see that indeed we have some errors over here, and basically this is just a thing of copying and pasting with other blueprints with and the calls from the custom events. It's just a bit of what it is, but basically you just have to remove this and then just call again the attack one event, for example. So we'll be here and do the same with the rest of ones. So here it will be attack 2. And then with the other one, it's like basically the call basically just breaks, and you have to kind of add the node again. It's what we had to do basically. Attack 4, and that's it. There we go. So now we have our calls there, and then here is the sword attack. If I know how to type correctly, there you go. Sword attack, not the combo. Okay, don't mistake this. Has to be exactly the one that was before. In the can attack, you can see it's like empty. This is because the variable has not been created. So right click, say create variable, and then let's compile and select can attack and make this true by default. Okay, because we need to be able to, well, the AI enemy has to be able to attack from the start. So make sure you take that. And then in save attack, again, right click, create attack. And then in here, create variable once again. If we compile, you'll see again it's updating. Everything is resolved. In stop combo, again here, stop combo. Put it here. It's basically just copying everything from here and integrating it into our AI blueprint. And again, in the attack index, created. And then with that, you will see some errors in the meshes. We can just go and get our normal mesh. From our AI, let's put it here. You can just basically put it over, not in the text, but right in the in the box where it doesn't kind of highlight, and then you can just drag it and it will replace it. And with that, I should be able to compile, and we should not have any errors. There we go. Great, created. So in the can attack variable, make sure that it is on. This is very important. And then with the other ones, you can just leave them by default, just disabled, and the attack index at 0. Okay, but make sure that the can attack is true. Very important, because if not, it will not attack. It will be like it's broken. What is happening? And it will take like 2 hours to find the issue. It's just it didn't check this. So make sure that that's on. All right. So now of course we have to use this. So I'm gonna get rid of this input because I mean, the AI will not be controlled by us. It will be controlled by itself, by the behavior tree. So let's make a new custom event, and this will be the sword attack combo, and let's just make it call from behavior trees from BT. Okay, it's a long name, but it will just make sure that it's distinct from the other ones because we have already like sword attack combo, and I just don't want to confuse. So it's going to be clear that it is the one that we're going to call. For now, we have to go into our interface, the attack interface that we did in the last episode, and now we can just delete this because we are not going to use it anymore. And we can just go ahead, do this, and then say the sword attack combo call from BT. Just pass it here. Now, of course, right now we will not have the animation duration. Don't worry, we can just put 0.4 for now, and you'll see that that value will work pretty nicely as a delay between the animations. You can play with this setting later on, but yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much what we need. But now you will see that if we press play, he will come. He will attack with the combo system, but he will stop. The reason is that we have to still set up some things in the notify. So as you know, our system from the player for the combo system works with name notifies. Okay, if you don't remember, we'll just revise it in a second. But basically, this event is being called, and it's very important. So let's go into one of the attack montages. It's pressed in the browse button here, and it will take us into the animation in the content browser. And we just need to open up the sword combo next. name modify. Basically, let me just recover what was the name modify just in case you don't remember. Basically, we are just adding this kind of event over here where the animation gets into here. It will call whatever is in here and execute it. And basically, that's what we're doing. But you can see that we have a different thing over here, and it's that before we're using the third-person character, well, now we have to also do it for AI. So let's go ahead and do so. So what we can do is do it in the cast failed, because that will mean that it is not the third-person character. We just do cast to BP_AI. Make sure it is BP_AI, not the animation blueprint, something like that. Remember to plug in the get owner here. We can just double click to make the rodent a bit nicer. And then we just need to get this and do the sword attack combo. Okay, remember it has to be the sword attack combo, exactly like this one. And just put this over here in the return node, and that should be great. Now we can just compile and save. And now if we press play, you can see that now it should do all the combo successfully. It will do this, and do that. Now it did launch me in the air. We'll fix the collisions in a second, but you get the idea. Everything is going ahead and working. Now we do have to make it in one more place. So just close this, go back here, and we need to do it with the combo end. So in here, we just need the notify, and then again, exactly the same in the cast. We just need to cast now to the cast fail. Sorry, we had to cast to the BP AI. So again, remember, it's not the ABP AI. Don't make that mistake. It is the BP AI, the blueprint stuff. Again, get toner here. We can just double click to reroute it, so it's a bit nicer. And then again, this will be the instead of the attack combo, this will be the stop combo, because of course this is the stop combo and in notify. Compile and save, and that should be it. So now we can close this. And everything should be fine. So it will attack us. Okay, yeah, you can see it's doing the combo there. Let's go ahead and actually go and fix the issue that we're having, which is the basically collisions, right? So let's go into the AI, and if we go into the mesh over here, you'll see that we have a few properties. Basically, you see that this is set by physics body, and this is basically and the collision enabled by querying physics. Basically, this was set up originally for the ragdoll, but right now we actually don't really need that. So what we can do, well, of course, it's not ragdolling. So what we can do is change the collision enabled to be query only, no physics collision, and you will see, well, if that should be fixed, as you can see. Okay, no, okay, sorry about that. Just put directly no collision. Okay, it will still collide with us with the capsule component, but it will not launch us in the air. You can see it's exactly what we want. But of course, when we die, we have to remember to check it into query and physics. So just go into the event graph, and we're gonna go into the where he dies. So in the event any damage, you're seeing here that where's it? Yeah, he plays all that, and then we decrease health. And if it's dead, the player will do all this stuff. But first of all, before setting the simulate physics, which is the ragdoll, we're gonna put it back. So just get the mesh and set collision. Was set object that responds to channels, maybe it was? No, sorry about that. No, it wasn't. Set collision object type, and we can just set it back to physics body, and that should kind of fix it because it should override it. So actually, we can put it even just in normal pawn. All right. It's gonna quickly check. There's another one. Set object type. Let's see if there was no. Okay, no. So that should be fine. I mean, let's go ahead and quickly test it. So what we can do is go into the his health component and put the current health to be like 2. And with that, he should go ahead and if I hit him, he should die. Okay, yes. Okay, so we got some errors because we did not fully integrate the health system into him. So don't worry, we'll check that later on, but it should be fine. Okay, so don't worry about that yet. But it should be resolved. Okay. So of course now it can attack us. Now let's quickly go ahead and give him a sword because it makes more sense, right? So let's go ahead and add him a static mesh. There we go, and this will be his sword, and make sure it is child of the mesh itself, of course. And then this has to be the sword model that we have, and of course we have the socket that we created, which is the hand R sword, and then it will be perfectly placed there. And make sure that the collision is set to no collision because we don't want to have collisions with our sword. Now you go here, you can see he is attacking with our sword and everything is working great. He's doing the combo, right? And then of course when he stops with the combo, he'll okay. You can see that he has a problem and he is going ahead and continuing to attack constantly. So you're probably wondering, why is this happening? Why is he staying on a loop? And as you can see, if we pay attention, the prints that we have for our servers to calculate the distance have stopped working. And the reason is that, well, let's go into our AI behavior tree real quick. So we have these servers here going on, right? And we have this print on here right at the end, so we can see the distance. And you can see that right now when we start chasing, you can see the prints are appearing. But as soon as kind of I book him out and kind of go, and then go apart, the prints will stop working, but he is stuck on this. So what is happening? And this is also an error that a lot of you were having in the last episode where we actually set up the servers and stuff in the attack, right? So what is happening is, if we go inside of the servers, is that, well, I basically made the mistake of making this an event receive activation AI. And the thing is that this will only trigger like once every time it's activated and so on. But actually, this is not what we want. We want always to be calculating the distance. So what we need to do is to use an event tick. So we can go up here into the functions, go into override, and then go into the receive tick AI. And with that, we can do exactly the same, but all the time, which is what we want. So we just get this and put it into the cast actor node, and then get the controlled pawn and put it into the target node. And then we can go ahead and delete this one because now we don't need it. And we can just put our tick AI there. So make sure that the control pawn is connected to the target here and the other actor into there. Okay, so that you will see that now this is fixed. So if I press play, he will start to attack me in the combo stuff, and once I go, he will stop and then go back to go ahead and chase me. So basically everything is right now fixed, and you can see that the prints will always be happening whenever he's in the chase mode. And of course, if I distract him, I'm gonna go back he will go back into his patrolling, and the prince will stop, and he will continue, and then of course he sees him again and will continue. So basically that is now fixed. That was the error that we were having. Sorry about that. So you guys, some of you guys comment me through Discord that basically your AI kept attacking. So this was the problem, and there we go. So now you can see we have this working. He can attack. So let's go ahead and quickly set up the traces so he can basically do some damage to us, and that will basically conclude this episode, and we can move on into some things later on in the episode as well, in the next episode. So this will be the last thing we'll do today. So let's quickly go into the VP AI. We can close this both things. We can go into the Venn graph, and actually yeah, we can leave that there, and the Venn graph, and we will need to do exactly what we did with our player character for the line traces, right? So again, what we can do, you just go into the blueprints, and you will see that we have the sphere trace and sword trace. And actually what we want to do is remove his kick, because honestly I do think that it doesn't really match in his AI kind of system. Let me put this in the middle so you can see a bit better. I don't think it really fits in. Maybe in the future we can make it better, but his kick is not what I really want. And the kick is attack 3. So what I can do is go in here and just get really attack 3 out, like so, and then just plug in directly attack 4, and then just go and put here, where is it, remove pin in the 3, and that's it. And now he will only go ahead and execute 3 attacks without the kick, so you can see like this and like this, and then he will continue doing so as always, or go back. I just found it a bit dynamic. Of course you can add it back, it will still be here, but we are not using, so let me just put a comment here, not using at the moment, so we can have a little note. Let's put it this enter in between parentheses, and it just, because the thing is that the kick is very unique and we need this sphere trace and so on, and just, yeah, no, we're gonna make it a bit more dynamic. Alright, so now once again, we will need the sword trace. Well, basically you use the notify. So again, let's go ahead and open this, go into the notify begin, and in the cast field, we'll do the same that we did with the combo start and begin. We'll do with the cast to BP underscore AI. Again, make sure it's the BP, not the ABB, it's the BP AI. Connect this into the owner. We can double click to reroute it, put it here, and then do the star sword trace. Now, of course, we have not created the star sword trace in the BP AI, so let's go ahead and do so. So open out the player stats component. Sorry, not the player stats, the attack system. And as we did with the other thing of this, well, now we need to copy this, basically, right? And I believe that we need to copy also the play sound. So basically, just get all of this and just copy again. Why would we do this again if we have it already and it's exactly what we need, right? It's logic. And again here, this will just confirm this, put this down here, and then the only thing that we have to do is go here, delete this, and then say play sword hit sounds, and then plug it again, and we will not have any errors with there. Now we do need to plug in the sword top point and the bottom point. So what we can do is just open up our third person character and copy its exact points, because they're beautifully set up. So you can see them here. So we can just go ahead and copy top point and bottom point. So if we copy both, select both, Ctrl C, go into the AI, and then in the sword, Ctrl V, put them inside. Now the thing is that basically the transformation was broken. So we can go, for example, select the top point, go into the third person character, select the top point, and then we can just go into the location, right click, copy, and go in here, and then right click and paste. Now it's in the right location. And actually we don't need the rotation, so we can just go directly into the bottom point, location, copy, and paste. In the other one, I basically made it so it also has a beautiful, did I not paste it? Oh, sorry, it's in the it's in the location. I did it because it looks a bit nicer, but it doesn't matter, okay? The rotation doesn't matter, it's just the location. So there we go, now we have our points. We can close our third person character and also our attack system thing. Go back here, and then we can just delete this, and if we compile, this should be, okay, so we just need to drag it here, and basically like this, and put it here. Okay, this is what we have to do, but it's okay. Basically, we're just substituting the old points from our player to our AI. So now we compile. We still have some things here, so just right click over here, create the variable, and then if we compile again, that's it. Okay, so that was what we needed. So now we can just go back here and do the start sort trace. And of course, make sure that if you're doing the start sort trace, connect this back to the return node, and then also it was in the begin, right? Because it's a start trace. And now let me just copy this to notes, and let's go into the end, and let's do exactly the same, paste it, go into the field here, put the owner here, and in this case it will be instead the stop sort trace, okay? And again, it's connected to return node here, compile and save, and that actually should work. So let me just put this into B for duration, so we can preview the sphere trace going on. And the sounds and everything should work. So if we go here, he will be doing the trace, as you can see. Great, so everything is working, as you can see. And yeah, we will also need the sphere trace on this tab, as you can see. There we go, it needs the sphere trace also, so let's quickly do that. I know that I said that we would not need it if we had the kick, but I forget that the tab does use it basically. So we can close the sort trace notify and open instead the sphere trace notify. And we can just go and open up the text system and go and copy the sphere trace stab for kick, right? Copy this, we can now close it, go back to the AI, and just go here and paste it as with the other one. And now we have to do the sphere trace, right, point. So actually, let me open the third person character again. Sorry about that. And then we can just copy the sphere trace, which is here. Copy and go here into the AI, just paste it, and it'll be in the exact position. Great. And we can just get the one out. Oh, it's already had that. Okay, so sphere trace pause. And then it's going to Ventic, and then just replace it here, put it here, and put it here. I know that I'm doing the steps a bit quicker, but I need to get through this. But it's basically just replacing some stuff, right? I can now just close the third person character and go back into the notify of the sphere trace. And again, like with the other one, in the cast field, need to cast to the BP AI. Again, not the ABP, so it's the blueprint itself, because that's a typical mistake a lot of people do. And then let's go ahead and plug that in. And then this will be the sphere trace function, well, event that we created, and then plug that into the return node. And now, if we also go and say to preview for duration, and we Ctrl-Shift-S to save everything, make sure that you do that, you will see that now it will happen also for this tab, as you can see. That sphere there is from this tab. So everything is working, and now we just, of course, have to send the damage. So right now the damage is applied for the enemy, which is set to damageable, where our player also needs to be damageable. So basically, we have to now open again the third person character blueprint, go into the class defaults, search for a tag, and then in the actor tag, basically paste in damageable, which I'm gonna go ahead and just copy and paste because I don't want to make any spell mistakes, because it has to be exactly the same. Make sure it doesn't have any spaces or whatever. And now it should do damage. There we go, it's doing damage to me. You can see we may have to tune in a bit the traces for the enemy, but okay. And it killed me, that's so cool. But you get the idea. Yeah, that's basically it. Sounds and everything, pretty cool. Alright, so that's it, guys. If you found this tutorial helpful, I would really appreciate you to like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have lots of Unreal Engine 5 tutorials, so go ahead and check them out. Join my Discord server so you can ask any questions about the RPA series or your progress or with games and stuff. And now, yes, with that said, bye bye. What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today we are continuing with the RP series and the advanced AI. So today we'll be giving the AI the ability to hear and investigate. It's going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is go into our AI folder and open up the AI controller. Again, don't mistake this with the blueprint class actor itself. It's going to be the AI controller. So let's go ahead and open this up. So it's where we go ahead and control the AI perception, the stimulus, the value object as the actor, etc. So we're gonna go into the AI perception component that we basically added, and in the last episode when we did the chasing. And the thing is that now we only have the ability, well, the AI has the ability to see with this side configuration. But what we can do is now add another configuration, and it's gonna be the hearing configuration. So now if we go ahead and open this, we can change some stuff. And for now, we are not going to touch anything except the detection by affiliation. As I mentioned in the last episode when we did the chasing, we have to go ahead and tick all of these ones. Make sure you tick all of them because, again, this is made for C++ especially. So blueprints, some things bugs out, so just make sure that you have everything ticked on there. Okay, we will control like enemy friends and stuff in our own system later on. And of course you can touch the hearing range and stuff, but for me I'm gonna leave it like that as 3000 for now. Maybe I crank it up later on, we'll see. Okay, so now compound save. So the thing is that now we have to update it in the detection. So what we're going to do is make this a bit more organized. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new function. So on here, just add a new, and this will be the side detection. And this will go ahead and contain two inputs. It will go ahead and contain, sorry, output no, just delete that, input of the actor, and then for this one to be the actor, it's going to be just the normal generic actor object reference, and then the stimulus. And then this will be the stimulus, if I know how to type. AI stimulus, there we go. And the thing is that we have to now go ahead and get all of this and move it into there. And basically it will just make it all in a nice function. So select everything, okay, Ctrl X, now go into our function, Ctrl V to paste it and plug it on here. Then connect the actor to be on this pin that we had, basically the one that goes into the object value. Make sure you do that, and then in the stimulus, make sure you connect it into the getSense class, and then also into the break. And with that, you can just now compound save, go back to event graph, and then here, get the side detection, drag it, and go ahead and connect it in actor and stimulus. And with that, everything should be fine. So now we can change also this to be and chase / investigate targets. So now we will need to now go ahead and do the same but with the hearing. So create a new function, hearing detection. And basically what I just did basically make it nice and easy. So it's a nice function, more organized, right? So we're gonna get the hearing detection, drag it here. And again we'll need two inputs. So it's going to be two inputs. One will be the actor, and then I want the stimulus once again, I know how to type. And then the actor will be again type of actor, the normal actor object reference, and I'll make sure to in the event graph plug the actor into actor and stimulus into stimulus. Great. So with that said, I can make it a bit smaller maybe and add my comment color so it's nice and clear. So now in hearing, I'm gonna make pretty much the same thing. So with what we did here, so we can just go ahead and get the sense class and just make sure that it is equal instead of hearing, side this type. This time it will be hearing. So AI sense hearing. Go ahead and make a branch. And if so, what we want to do is go ahead and get the blackboard and set a value as, and this time it will be vector, because basically we will be passing the location of that sound. Okay, so in a moment we'll be creating this new value in the blackboard like we did with last time. And in this case, let's get the stimulus and break it also and expand it, because we have to get the stimulus location. drag it here, double click to make it a bit nicer, and then also get the key name, make literal name, and we have to give it a name. In this case, let's say it will be the investigation location. Okay, save like that. I'm gonna go ahead and copy it so it's exactly like it is, because it has to be typed exactly. If not, it will break and not work because it will not detect it. And let's open the blackboard, and here go into new key again, vector, and then paste the name. It has to be the exact same spaces, uppercase, lowercase, and stuff. Alright, and now in here, that's pretty much what we have to do for the hearing detection. It will automatically go ahead and detect them and pass it into this value over here. So we can now go ahead and save everything and open up the blueprint tree. Well, the behavior tree, not blueprint tree. And in here, what we have to do is basically go ahead and like make a new sequence for it. So basically what we're going to do is go into the patrol sequence, alright, and get these two tasks and just move them into the right over here. Because the one that we'll do right now, it will have a bit more of priority, because we want to check first if we are hearing something. If not, but we just continue to patrol. So what we want to do is go ahead and make a new sequence. Let's go ahead and change the name into the investigation sequence, okay? And on here, what we want to do is go ahead and also do a selector, and then if so, we will do one thing or another. And yes, we want to create a sequence here, which will be the patrolling random sequence. So now in the patrolling random sequence, we want to connect this and this instead of there, and then the selector go into here. So basically now in the patrol sequence, the general one, we're checking, well, we'll do it in a second, but if we have not heard something, it will just continue to patrol itself. But if not, it will go on and do this here. So great, so this is great. So now in the investigation system sequence, sorry, we can now go and do the move to task. And this one, you have noticed that we didn't create it like the other ones. This is because it already comes in the behavior tree, so we can just use it. Now make sure that you go into the blackboard key and change it into the investigation location. Very important. And now we're gonna go ahead and tick the observe blackboard value. And with that said, you can change the radius and stuff, so how close